You don't have to prove your worth right now. You don't have to earn it tonight. A lot of what makes you question yourself comes from noise. Expectations, comparisons, things you've been told, and things you've repeated to yourself for too long. But self-worth isn't something you build in a moment, and it isn't something that disappears just because you feel unsure. It stays even when your thoughts don't. This is a slow video of gentle truths about self-worth, something you can listen to without trying to follow every word or figure anything out. If you enjoy long, calming videos like this video and subscribe to our channel Restwise. These videos take a lot of time to make, and your support helps keep the channel going. Let's begin. Why your worth doesn't rise or fall with what you got done today. There is this quiet little habit so many people have at the end of the day, and it almost feels harmless until you really look at what it is doing to you. You lie down, the day is over, and instead of letting yourself drift, your brain starts opening files. What got done? What did not? What you answered? What you avoided? What is still waiting for you tomorrow? And within seconds, without saying it out loud, you are no longer reviewing your day. You are reviewing your value. That is the part most people miss. It is never just about the unfinished tasks. It is about the meaning your mind attaches to them. If the list is incomplete, you feel incomplete. If the day was messy, suddenly you feel like you are the mess. And that is such a brutal way to live, because it means your sense of worth is always being dragged around by something as unstable as your energy level, your schedule, your mood, your stress, or how many hours life allowed you to have for yourself. And if you really think about it, that is terrifying, because if your worth rises or falls based on what you got done today, then you never actually get to rest. You only get to temporarily stop working before your mind starts charging you emotional interest for it. That is what so many people are feeling and never naming. They are not just tired from doing too much. They are tired from feeling like they have to keep proving they deserve to feel okay. That is a completely different kind of exhaustion. It is deeper. It follows you into bed. It makes even your quiet moments feel conditional. It turns peace into something you have to earn. And once your brain learns that pattern, everything starts getting filtered through it. A productive day makes you feel more lovable, more respectable, more solid. A slow day makes you feel guilty, embarrassed, behind, almost like your humanity itself has become an inconvenience. That is not a small mindset issue. That is a wound. Because now your relationship with yourself is based on performance, and performance is one of the least stable things to build an identity on. Some days you are focused. Some days you are foggy. Some days you are emotionally overloaded before noon and still trying to function like nothing is happening inside you. Some days your body is carrying stress your mind has not even caught up to yet. But if your self-worth is tied to output, none of that matters. The only thing your inner critic cares about is the scoreboard. Did you produce enough today to deserve softness tonight? Did you do enough to be allowed to feel proud of yourself? Did you check enough boxes to justify your existence for another 24 hours? When you say it plainly like that, it sounds almost cruel. But that is exactly how a lot of people are living without realizing it. They are treating themselves like a machine they are disappointed in, instead of a human being they are responsible for caring for. And the strangest part is how normal this has become. You can be genuinely overwhelmed, emotionally stretched thin, mentally fried, and still feel guilty for not squeezing more out of yourself. That is how deeply this gets wired into people. And there is actually a psychological reason for that. The brain is always looking for patterns that create safety. If you grew up being praised mostly when you achieved, behaved, helped, succeeded, or made life easier for other people, your nervous system may have learned something very dangerous, but very believable. It may have learned that being valuable means being useful. So now when you are not producing, a part of you does not just feel unproductive, it feels unsafe. That is why doing less can feel so emotionally loud. It is not because you are lazy, it is because your body has learned to associate output with acceptance. And once that link forms, even a normal unfinished day can feel like a personal failure instead of what it actually is, which is just a day. That is why I need you to really hear this next part, because if it lands, it can soften something that has been tight in you for a long time. Your worth did not move today, not even a little. It did not go up because you answered everything. It did not drop because you were overwhelmed. It did not weaken because your best today looked smaller than your best on some other day. Your worth is not reacting to your checklist. It is not sitting in the corner taking notes on your efficiency. It is not waiting for proof that you deserve basic compassion. It is already there. Underneath the performance, underneath the pressure, underneath the weird daily trial your mind keeps putting you through. And I know that sounds almost too simple, especially if you have spent years being rewarded for what you do more than who you are. But simple does not mean shallow. Some truths are quiet because they are foundational. Think about how naturally you understand this when it comes to other people. If someone you love had a rough day, forgot things, moved slowly, got almost nothing done, and ended the night feeling ashamed, you would not suddenly see them as less worthy. You would probably feel tenderness toward them. You would understand that they are tired, stressed, human. But somehow, when it is you, all of that mercy disappears. Suddenly, your unfinished tasks become proof that you are falling behind in life, becoming less disciplined, less impressive, less enough. And that shift is not wisdom. It is conditioning. It is the voice of old pressure trying to pass itself off as truth. Maybe the real reason this hurts so much is because deep down, a lot of people are not scared of being unproductive. They are scared of what they think unproductivity reveals about them. They are scared it means they are forgettable, disappointing, replaceable, ordinary. But what if the thing you are calling failure is just fatigue? What if the thing you are calling laziness is grief, burnout, stress, emotional overload, or a nervous system that has been running on survival mode for too long? What if your unfinished day is not a character flaw? What if it is information? What if it is your life trying to tell you something before your body has to scream it? Because once you stop using your output to measure your value, a very different kind of honesty becomes possible. You stop asking, "How much did I accomplish?" and start asking, "What did today cost me?" You stop forcing yourself to look functional and start noticing whether you actually feel okay. You stop worshiping discipline at the expense of your own humanity. And for a lot of people, that is where real healing begins, not when they become more productive, but when they stop making productivity the judge of whether they are allowed to feel at peace. So if today was not impressive, if it slipped through your hands a little, if you were distracted or heavy or not at your best, that does not mean your worth dimmed. It means you had a human day. And there is a huge difference between being behind and being alive enough to have limits. Most people spend years punishing themselves for evidence that they are not robots. But maybe the softer truth is this. Maybe nothing about your value was ever supposed to be decided by how efficiently you moved through a random Tuesday. Maybe the deepest peace comes when you finally stop asking your accomplishments to tell you who you are. Because they never could. And if you really let that sink in, it changes more than just how you feel tonight. It changes the way you carry your whole life. The quiet relief of realizing you never had to earn the right to exist. Some realizations do not hit you like lightning. They hit you like exhaling after holding your breath for years. This is one of them. The quiet relief of realizing you never had to earn the right to exist is not dramatic at first. It is almost unsettling, actually, because if you have spent most of your life trying to prove yourself, the idea feels unfamiliar enough to sound suspicious. A part of you almost wants to reject it. Not because it is false, but because if it is true, then so much of your suffering was built on a lie. And that is a hard thing to sit with. It means all those years of over-explaining, overachieving, overgiving, overthinking, and overcorrecting were never actually the admission ticket into worthiness. They were just survival strategies. They were just things you learned to do, because somewhere along the way, you got the message that simply being here was not enough. And that message gets into people early. Sometimes it is obvious. Sometimes it is subtle. Sometimes nobody ever says you have to earn your place, but you feel it in what gets rewarded. You feel it in when people become warm toward you. You feel it in how quickly attention arrives when you are useful, successful, agreeable, attractive, easy, helpful, high-performing, or emotionally convenient. And over time, your nervous system starts building a private rulebook around that pattern. Be impressive and you will be accepted. Be low maintenance and you will be loved. Be exceptional and maybe no one will leave. Be needed and maybe you will matter. The problem is, once those rules settle into your identity, you stop living like a person and start living like an application that is always under review. That is why so many people are exhausted in ways they cannot explain. They are not just tired from life, they are tired from constantly auditioning for the right to take up space in it. Tired from trying to be enough in ways that can be seen, measured, approved, or validated. Tired from shaping themselves into someone who feels easier to keep. And the scariest part is how normal this can feel when you have lived inside it long enough. You stop noticing that your self-worth has become conditional. You stop noticing that your peace has become performance-based. You stop noticing that almost every decision you make is being quietly filtered through one question. Does this make me more acceptable? That is such a heartbreaking way to exist, because it means even your most beautiful qualities can become distorted. Your kindness is no longer just kindness. It becomes a way to secure your place. Your ambition is no longer just passion. It becomes protection. Your self-awareness is no longer just reflection. It becomes hypervigilance. Even your love can become a transaction with fear underneath it. You are not just loving people. You are trying to earn permanence. And when you live like that long enough, it becomes very hard to tell where your true self ends and your survival self begins. But this is where something incredibly gentle can begin to happen. Not all at once. Not in one perfect healing moment. Just slowly, quietly. You start noticing how unnatural it feels to believe that your existence needs to be justified. You start seeing how bizarre it is that a human being can wake up, breathe, feel, hurt, hope, laugh, grieve, and still somehow believe they need to submit evidence that they deserve to be here. And maybe for the first time, you let yourself ask a question that changes everything. Who told me I had to earn what was already mine? Because that is the truth underneath all of this. You do not earn the right to exist. You do not earn the right to be here by being productive enough, attractive enough, healed enough, talented enough, selfless enough, successful enough, or emotionally polished enough. You do not become more deserving of life because you finally become easier to love. You were never waiting to cross some invisible line into legitimacy. You already existed before you achieved anything, before you impressed anyone, before you became useful to somebody, before you knew how to make yourself desirable or digestible or safe for other people to keep around. Your life did not begin at the moment you became valuable to the world. It began because you were alive, and I know for some people, that truth almost feels too soft to trust. Because if you have been living inside a system of earned worth for long enough, unconditional worth can feel like a threat to everything that kept you functioning. If I do not have to earn my place, then why have I been working this hard? If I do not have to prove I deserve love, then what was all this pain for? If I stop performing, who am I? Those are not shallow questions. Those are identity-level questions. And that is why this realization can feel both relieving and destabilizing at the same time. Relief does not always arrive as comfort. Sometimes it arrives as grief first. Grief for the younger version of you, who thought they had to become extraordinary just to feel safe in their own skin. And maybe that is the part no one says enough. Healing is not just learning a new truth. It is mourning the old one you lived under. Mourning how much pressure you carried. Mourning how many versions of yourself you abandoned because they did not seem lovable enough. Mourning how often you were physically present but emotionally absent because you were too busy managing how you were being perceived. There is sadness in realizing how long you were at war with your own existence. But there is also something unbelievably freeing in it. Because once you see the lie, it becomes harder to keep worshiping it. And that is when life starts changing in very quiet but powerful ways. You stop seeing rest as something you need to deserve. You stop treating your body like a machine that only matters when it performs. You stop apologizing for having needs, limits, emotions, softness, contradictions, uncertainty. You stop assuming that every flaw is a threat to your right to belong. You stop panicking every time you are not at your best. Not because you become careless, but because you begin to understand that your humanity is not disqualifying. It is the whole point. That is the relief. Not the fantasy that life suddenly becomes easy, but the truth that your existence was never a test you had to pass. You were never meant to spend your whole life trying to become valid enough to relax. You were never supposed to carry your own life like a debt you had to repay. You are not a burden for being here in an unfinished state. You are not behind because you are still becoming. You are not failing because you are not fully healed. You are not less sacred on the days when you feel heavy, confused, uncertain, or small. There is no version of you that has to graduate into deserving oxygen, rest, tenderness, or space. And maybe the deepest comfort of all is this. If you never had to earn the right to exist, then you can finally stop negotiating with your own humanity. You can stop asking your pain to make itself useful before you are allowed to care for it. You can stop demanding proof that you matter before you let yourself soften. You can stop living like your soul is on probation, because it never was. You were always allowed to be here, fully, imperfectly, without performance, without permission, without apology. And once that truth really settles into your body, even a little, something inside you begins to unclench in a way no achievement ever could. How exhaustion tricks you into believing you're not enough. There is a version of you that only shows up when you are tired, and the dangerous part is how convincing that version can sound. It is not dramatic. It is not always loud. Most of the time, it just feels honest. That is what makes it so powerful. Exhaustion has this strange ability to make lies feel like clarity. It can take a normal human limit and translate it into a personal failure. It can take a hard week, a drained body, an overloaded mind, and turn all of that into one brutal conclusions. Maybe I am just not enough. And when you are deep in it, that thought does not feel irrational. It feels obvious, because exhaustion changes the emotional lighting of everything. The same life that felt manageable a few days ago suddenly looks impossible. The same responsibilities you usually carry now feel like evidence that you are falling apart. The same version of you that would normally be kind, capable, grounded, even funny, now starts feeling inadequate in every direction. You feel behind, slower, more fragile, less sharp, less resilient, less impressive. And because the body is tired, the mind starts narrating that tiredness like it means something about your worth. That is one of the cruelest things exhaustion does. It does not just make things harder. It changes what things mean. You are not just struggling to focus. Now your brain tells you that you are becoming lazy. You are not just emotionally maxed out. Now your mind says you are too sensitive. You are not just depleted. Now somehow that depletion starts sounding like weakness. It is such a distorted lens, but when you are exhausted, you do not experience it as distortion. You experience it as truth. And there is actually a reason for that. When your nervous system is overworked, your brain becomes less interested in nuance and more interested in threat detection. It starts simplifying everything in the harshest possible way because it is trying to conserve energy and keep control. That means complexity disappears. Compassion disappears. Context disappears. Suddenly your mind is no longer saying, I have been carrying too much for too long. It is saying, I should be handling this better. That shift is small in language but enormous in impact. One is information. The other is shame. And shame loves exhaustion because exhaustion makes you easier to convince. That is why some of the darkest things people believe about themselves are not always born in their clearest moments. They are born at the end of long weeks, after too little rest, after too much pressure, after too many days of being needed, after pushing through emotions that were never really processed because there was no time. And then one night, lying there half numb and half overwhelmed, the mind starts doing what it does when it has run out of gentleness. It starts building a case against you. Look at you. You cannot keep up. You are not handling life well. Other people seem stronger. Something must be wrong with you. And because you are tired, you do not challenge it. You absorb it. That is what makes this so dangerous. Exhaustion does not just weaken your body, it lowers your defenses against self-betrayal. It makes you more likely to believe the most unkind interpretation of your current state. It makes temporary incapacity feel like permanent truth. It makes a season feel like an identity. And once that happens, you are no longer just tired. You are in a relationship with a false story about who you are. A lot of people do not realize how often they confuse depletion with deficiency. They think because they cannot access their usual energy, they have somehow lost their value. But energy is not character, capacity is not worth, and the inability to keep performing at full speed is not proof that you are becoming less. It is often just proof that you have reached a limit your body has been trying to communicate for a while. That matters more than most people think, because if you misread exhaustion as inadequacy, you will respond to it in the worst possible way. You will punish yourself instead of caring for yourself. You will demand more discipline when what you actually need is recovery. You will try to become harder when what your system is begging for is softness, and then the cycle deepens. You push more. You disconnect more. You resent yourself more. You become even more exhausted, and then because you are even more exhausted, the voice in your head gets even crueler. It becomes a loop that can quietly shape a person's entire self-image. And maybe this is where some people have been suffering for years without realizing the real issue was never that they were not enough. It was that they were chronically depleted and interpreting that depletion as a moral flaw. They were trying to solve nervous system fatigue with self-criticism. They were trying to fix burnout with shame, and shame is such a terrible healer because it can motivate movement, but it cannot create restoration. It can make you keep going. It cannot make you feel whole. That is why one of the most life-changing things you can learn is how to stop trusting every conclusion you reach about yourself while exhausted. Not because your feelings are fake, but because tiredness is a terrible narrator. It leaves out context. It exaggerates flaws. It edits out all evidence of your effort, your humanity, your resilience, your pain, and your reality. It turns a heavy moment into a global statement about who you are. And if you are not careful, you will start building your identity around a version of yourself that only exists under strain. Think about how many people have quietly decided they are broken when what they really are is overextended. How many people have called themselves weak when they are actually carrying more than anyone can see? How many people have labeled themselves lazy when their body has been running on emotional fumes for months? That is not self-awareness. That is misinterpretation. And the saddest part is that exhausted people are often the least likely to offer themselves mercy because they are too tired to remember they deserve it. They keep waiting to feel worthy of rest, not realizing that rest is often the thing that helps worthiness feel believable again. They keep waiting to become kinder to themselves after they recover, while using cruelty as the fuel to get there. But cruelty burns hot and short. It gets results sometimes, but it always leaves damage behind. So if you have been feeling smaller lately, more doubtful, more ashamed, more emotionally thin, it is worth asking a different question. Not what is wrong with me, but what is being drained out of me right now. Not why am I failing, but what has gone unsupported for too long. Not why can I not keep up, but what am I trying to carry with an empty tank? Because maybe your mind has been calling you not enough when the truth is much simpler and much kinder. Maybe you are not broken. Maybe you are tired in ways that deserve to be taken seriously. Maybe your harshest self-judgments are not revelations. Maybe they are symptoms. And maybe one of the most healing things you can do is stop turning your exhaustion into evidence against yourself. You are not the cruel story your tired mind tells at the end of a hard day. You are the person living through that hard day with a body, a brain, and a heart that all have limits. And limits are not failures. They are signals. They are information. They are part of being alive. The moment you stop treating exhaustion like proof that you are not enough, you create space for a much deeper truth to emerge. One that shame could never show you. One that only becomes visible when you stop fighting your own humanity long enough to finally listen to it. The gentle truth that being loved is not the same as being useful. One of the saddest misunderstandings a person can carry is the belief that love has to be earned through usefulness. Not grand usefulness either. Not some dramatic act of sacrifice. I mean the quiet, everyday kind. Being the one who remembers everything. Being the one who helps. Being the one who listens, fixes, anticipates, smooths things over, stays available, stays easy, stays needed. And after a while, if you are not careful, you stop asking whether people love you. You start asking whether you are still useful enough to keep. That shift can happen so quietly, you barely notice it. At first, it just feels like being caring, being thoughtful, being dependable. And those things are beautiful in healthy amounts. But when usefulness becomes the foundation of your worth in relationships, something painful begins to happen underneath all of that generosity. You start disappearing inside your own love. You become so focused on maintaining your place in other people's lives that you slowly stop checking whether you are actually being held too. You stop noticing how much of your value has become tied to what you provide rather than who you are. And that is such an exhausting way to be close to people, because if your deepest belief is that being loved depends on being useful, then relationships never really feel safe. They feel rented, temporary, conditional. Something you can keep as long as you keep performing your role well enough. So even when people care about you, part of you stays on edge. You keep scanning. Am I still enough for them? Am I still helping enough? Am I still easy enough to love? Am I still giving them a reason to stay? That is not connection. That is survival with good manners. And for a lot of people, this did not come from nowhere. It usually starts much earlier than they realize. Maybe love felt warmest when you were helpful. Maybe attention came easiest when you were low maintenance. Maybe approval showed up most clearly when you were successful, accommodating, emotionally mature beyond your years, or able to carry more than you should have had to. So your nervous system learned something that made sense at the time. If I can be useful, I can stay connected. If I can make myself valuable, I can avoid being too much, too inconvenient, too forgettable. That is not weakness. That is adaptation. But adaptation can become identity if nobody interrupts it. And once it becomes identity, it starts shaping everything. You become the person who overextends before anyone even asks. The person who checks in first, remembers the details, makes the plan, absorbs the tension, gives the advice, carries the emotional weight, notices the shift in someone's tone before they say a word. You become hyper-attuned to what other people need and strangely disconnected from what it costs you to keep meeting those needs. And because the world often praises people like this, because people call them kind, selfless, thoughtful, strong, it can take a very long time to realize that some of what looks like love on the outside is actually fear underneath. Fear that if you stop being useful, you will stop being chosen. Fear that if you need too much, people will back away. Fear that if you are no longer helping, fixing, soothing, giving, organizing, carrying, then there will be no real reason for anyone to stay close to you. That fear can shape an entire life. It can make you tolerate relationships where you are appreciated, but not truly known. It can make you feel guilty for resting, for receiving, for taking up emotional space without packaging it in competence. It can make you feel strangely uneasy when someone loves you in a way that asks nothing from you, because that kind of love does not match the blueprint your nervous system trusts. If love is supposed to be earned, then unconditional care can feel confusing, even suspicious. You might find yourself wanting to prove yourself in the very moments you are finally being offered softness. That is how deep this goes. And this is the gentle truth that can begin loosening it. Being loved is not the same as being useful. Those are two completely different experiences, even if they have been tangled together in your life for a long time. Being useful means you are providing something. Being loved means your existence matters even when you are not. That difference is everything. Because usefulness depends on output. It can rise and fall. It can be interrupted by stress, illness, grief, burnout, changing seasons, changing capacities, simply being human. If your place in someone's heart depends only on what you can do for them, then what you have is not deep safety. It is a role, and roles can be replaced. That is the painful truth. But real love, healthy love, grounded love, does not disappear the moment you stop being impressive or efficient or emotionally convenient. It does not evaporate when you are tired. It does not become impatient the second you are the one needing support. It does not require constant proof that you are worth the trouble of caring for. Real love has room for your useless moments, and I do not mean useless in some cruel way. I mean the moments when you are not producing anything beautiful for anyone. The moments when you are quiet, low energy, uncertain, emotionally messy, needing more than you can give. The moments when you are not especially wise or helpful or strong. The moments when you are just a person in a vulnerable state, with nothing polished to offer. Those are the moments that reveal what kind of love is actually in the room. Because anyone can enjoy what you provide. Not everyone knows how to cherish what you are. And if you have spent years being loved mainly for your usefulness, that sentence can land with a strange ache. Because it means some of the closeness you have known may not have been as safe as it looked. It means some people may have leaned on you more than they ever truly saw you. It means there may be relationships in your life where your absence would be noticed mainly because of what stops functioning when you are gone. That is painful to admit, but it is also clarifying, because once you can tell the difference between being valued and being used, you stop confusing depletion with intimacy. That changes so much. You stop assuming you have to earn softness by over-delivering. You stop believing that your needs are threats to connection. You stop making your exhaustion invisible just to stay lovable. You stop treating reciprocity like a luxury instead of a requirement. And maybe most importantly, you begin asking a different kind of question. Not just who appreciates me, but who can sit with me when I am not performing? Who can stay close to me when I am not making their life easier? Who can love me in ways that do not require me to disappear inside service? Because that is the kind of love that heals people. Not admiration for how much they carry. Not gratitude for how little they ask for. But love that can tolerate their full humanity. Love that does not panic when they have limits. Love that does not need them to stay useful in order to stay close. If that kind of love has felt rare in your life, it makes sense that you learn to become useful instead. It makes sense that your heart tried to secure connection the only way it knew how. There is no shame in that. But there is a deep kind of freedom waiting on the other side of seeing it clearly. Because once you realize that being needed is not the same as being loved, you stop mistaking your emotional labor for proof of belonging. And maybe for the first time, you start letting yourself imagine a different kind of closeness. One where you do not have to audition for your place. One where your worth is not measured by how much of yourself you can hand over without complaint. One where you are not just important when you are helpful, but precious even in stillness, even in silence, even in seasons where all you can do is simply be. That is not too much to want. That is what love was supposed to feel like all along. Why your value remains intact even on the days you feel broken. There are days when you do not feel like yourself, and if you are not careful, your mind will try to turn that feeling into an identity. A hard day becomes a hard truth. A low moment becomes a definition. A season of emotional heaviness starts sounding like evidence. And before you even realize what is happening, you are no longer just hurting. You are quietly starting to believe that the hurt says something final about who you are. That is what makes brokenness such a dangerous feeling. Not because it always arrives dramatically, but because it is so convincing when it does. It can make you look at your own life through a cracked lens and assume the crack is in you. It can make a tired body feel like a failed body, a grieving heart feel like a defective heart, a confused mind feel like a weak mind. It can make temporary pain feel like permanent truth. And once that happens, you stop responding to yourself like someone going through something hard. You start responding to yourself like a problem that needs to be fixed before it can be worthy again. That is such a lonely place to live from, because when people feel broken, they often stop offering themselves the very things they need most: gentleness, patience, rest, time, compassion. They withhold those things until they feel better, stronger, cleaner, more functional, more emotionally put together. But pain does not usually soften under punishment. It hardens. It retreats. It gets quieter on the surface while growing heavier underneath. And then one day you look around and realize you have been treating your own suffering like an inconvenience instead of a signal. The truth is, most people do not actually know what they mean when they say they feel broken. Usually what they mean is that they do not feel in control. They are crying more easily. They are more reactive, less motivated, less hopeful, more sensitive, more exhausted. They cannot access the version of themselves they trust most, the calm one, the capable one, the one who knows what to say, what to do, how to cope, how to move. And because that version feels far away, they assume something essential has been lost. But just because you cannot access your usual self does not mean your value has disappeared with it. That distinction matters more than most people realize, because if you tie your worth to your functionality, then every emotionally difficult season will feel like an identity crisis. Every low point will start sounding like a verdict. Every time life knocks the wind out of you, you will not just have to survive the pain. You will also have to survive the story your mind tells about what that pain means. And that story is often much crueler than reality. Reality is usually something more human and more honest. Maybe you are not broken. Maybe you are carrying too much. Maybe your nervous system is overwhelmed. Maybe your heart is still trying to process something your mind has not fully caught up to. Maybe your body is exhausted from being strong in places no one ever sees. Maybe what looks like falling apart is actually your system refusing to keep pretending it is fine. That is not weakness. That is communication, and the body is always communicating, even when the language is inconvenient. Numbness is communication. Brain fog is communication. Irritability is communication. Shutdown is communication. Emotional flooding is communication. The problem is that most people have been taught to interpret those signals as character flaws instead of information. So instead of listening, they attack. Instead of asking what is hurting, they ask what is wrong with me. Instead of responding with care, they respond with disappointment. But imagine if you looked at yourself the way you would look at someone you deeply loved. If they were struggling, unraveling a little, not functioning the way they normally do, you would probably not conclude that they had become less valuable. You would understand that something inside them was hurting. You would not reduce their humanity to the condition of their hardest day. You would not say, well, because you are overwhelmed right now, you must be worth less than you were last month. That would sound absurd, and yet people quietly do that to themselves all the time. That is one of the cruelest habits the human mind can build. Turning pain into proof. Turning woundedness into self-rejection. Turning difficult seasons into reasons to withdraw love from yourself. And maybe part of the healing begins when you realize this. Feeling broken is not the same as being broken. That is not just comforting language. That is an important psychological truth. Your emotional state is not your identity. It is a state. States move. States shift. States intensify and then soften and then return and then change again. But when you are inside a painful one, it can feel eternal. It can feel like this is who I am now. This heavy, fragile, uncertain version. But that is the lie pain often tells. It introduces itself like permanence when it is usually just a chapter. And even if it lasts longer than you hoped, even if this season has been stretching on in ways that scare you, your value does not become negotiable inside it. Your worth does not begin leaking out of you just because you are not coping beautifully. Your sacredness does not disappear because you are hard to carry right now. Your humanity does not become less legitimate because your heart is not functioning at full capacity. You are not only valuable when you are inspiring. You are not only lovable when you are emotionally regulated. You are not only worthy when you are easy to understand, easy to support, easy to be around. Some of the most valuable parts of a person are the parts that become visible only when life has stripped away the polished version. The tenderness, the honesty, the need, the rawness, the courage it takes just to keep going quietly when you do not feel whole. There is dignity in that. There is depth in that. There is worth in that, even if it is not glamorous enough to impress anybody. And maybe that is the gentlest truth of all. You do not have to be at your best to still be deeply, fully, unshakably valuable. You do not have to wait until you are healed to be worthy of care. You do not have to become less messy before you are allowed to matter. The days you feel broken are not the days your value disappears. They are often the days you most need to remember that your value was never built on how well you hold yourself together. Because your worth is not made of performance. It is not made of composure. It is not made of productivity, stability, charm, confidence, or emotional neatness. It is deeper than all of that, older than all of that, untouched by all of that. And maybe if you can hold on to even a small piece of that tonight, something inside you will soften. Maybe you will stop treating your pain like a disqualifier. Maybe you will stop assuming that this version of you is the least deserving of love. maybe you will begin to understand that the parts of you that feel most shattered are not asking to be judged. They are asking to be held, and that changes everything. The peace of letting go of other people's opinions before sleep. There is a very particular kind of restlessness that shows up at night, and it has nothing to do with noise, screens, caffeine, or even stress in the obvious sense. It is the kind that comes from replaying yourself, the conversation you had, the look on their face, the message you sent, the thing you said that maybe sounded weird, the thing you did not say that maybe made you seem cold, the tiny shift in someone's energy that your mind has now turned into a full investigation. And suddenly, instead of getting ready to sleep, you are standing trial in your own head, trying to predict what everybody else might have decided about you today. That is such a draining way to end a day, because when your mind gets hooked on other people's opinions, it never actually stops at curiosity. It becomes surveillance. It becomes emotional micromanagement. You start mentally editing your personality after the fact, trying to see yourself through 10 different pairs of eyes at once. Did I come off annoying, too quiet, too much, too intense, too needy, too distant, too awkward, too honest, too forgettable? And the painful part is that the mind always presents this as useful, like if you just think hard enough, replay enough, analyze enough, maybe you can finally control how you live inside other people's perceptions. But you cannot. And that truth is either terrifying or freeing depending on how tired you are of carrying what was never yours to hold. Because if we are honest, a lot of people are not just exhausted from life. They are exhausted from managing imaginary versions of themselves in the minds of others. They are carrying around this invisible emotional backpack full of assumptions, projections, interpretations, and unspoken fears. And by the time night comes, their nervous system is still acting like it has one more shift to finish. It has not just been trying to live the day. It has been trying to control the meaning of the day in every room it entered. That is too much for any human being to carry. And most people do not even realize how early this pattern starts. For a lot of us, hyper-awareness of other people's opinions did not begin as vanity. It began as protection. At some point, reading the room became a survival skill. Noticing tone, facial expressions, silence, tension, approval, disappointment, all of that became information your nervous system treated as important. Maybe because love felt a little unpredictable. Maybe because rejection stung deeply. Maybe because being misunderstood had consequences. So your mind adapted. It got smart. It got observant. It learned how to scan for danger in the emotional weather of other people. And that adaptation probably helped you at some point. But survival skills have a way of overstaying their welcome. What once protected you can eventually imprison you if you never realize you are still living by rules your body learned in an older season. Because now, even when no real danger is present, your mind may still be working overtime trying to secure your social safety. It keeps asking, how was I received? Did they like me? Did I upset them? Did I seem enough? And by bedtime, you are no longer just tired. You are emotionally overclocked from trying to monitor your own existence through other people's possible reactions. That is not peace. That is self-abandonment disguised as self-awareness. And one of the hardest truths to accept is that no amount of overthinking can guarantee that people will understand you correctly. You can explain yourself beautifully and still be misunderstood. You can show up with good intentions and still be misread. You can be kind and still not be everyone's preference. You can be honest and still make someone uncomfortable. You can do everything right and still not control the story someone tells themselves about you. That is not failure. That is being human in a world full of other humans with their own filters, wounds, biases, insecurities, moods, and projections. People do not experience you in a vacuum. They experience you through who they are, through what they fear, through what they expect, through what they have been through what they are capable of seeing. And once you really understand that, something starts loosening, because it means not every opinion of you is a truth you need to carry home and put under your pillow. Some opinions are not insight. Some are just reflections of someone else's internal world. And that matters deeply at night, because nighttime is when the mind gets dramatic. It is when uncertainty starts dressing itself up like danger. It is when your brain can take one unanswered message and build an entire emotional documentary around it. They are upset with me. They think I am weird. I should not have said that. I should have been quieter, kinder, smarter, more polished, more agreeable. Less me. That last part is the real heartbreak. Less me. Because the longer you stay trapped in other people's possible opinions, the more tempting it becomes to shrink yourself into something easier to approve of. You start editing your natural rhythm. You become less spontaneous, less honest, less relaxed, less free. You trade presence for performance. And then even when people do like you, there is this quiet ache underneath it, because some part of you knows they are liking the managed version, the safe version, the version of you that was built to avoid judgment, not to feel alive. And no amount of approval can soothe the pain of self-erasure. That is why letting go of other people's opinions before sleep is not just a nice emotional ritual. It is a form of returning to yourself. It is the decision to stop ending every day in a courtroom where you are both the defendant and the exhausted defense attorney. It is the refusal to spend your last conscious moments trying to solve perceptions you were never supposed to control. And maybe the most peaceful truth of all is this: you do not need everybody to understand you correctly in order to be okay. You do not need universal approval to be safe in your own skin. You do not need to keep mentally visiting every room you entered today just to make sure your existence landed well enough. Some people will misunderstand you. Some people will project onto you. Some people will have opinions that say more about their own lens than your actual heart. And none of that has to follow you into sleep. You are allowed to leave other people's unfinished thoughts where they belong, in their minds, not in your body, not in your nervous system, not in the sacred quiet of your own night. You are allowed to stop rehearsing explanations no one asked for. You are allowed to stop apologizing in your head for being a person with edges, moods, imperfections, needs, and awkward moments. You are allowed to let the day end without collecting every possible judgment as evidence against yourself. Because peace does not come from finally controlling what everyone thinks of you. Peace comes from realizing you were never meant to. And maybe tonight, instead of asking, "What are they thinking about me?" there is a softer question worth carrying into the dark. What if I do not need to know? What if I do not need to fix every imagined misunderstanding? What if I do not need to chase clarity from every silence? What if I do not need to earn rest by being fully approved of? What if sleep is the place where I finally put down the version of me I keep trying to manage for the world? That is where peace begins, not in being liked enough, not in being explained enough, not in being impossible to judge, but in coming back to yourself gently, completely, and deciding that for tonight, at least, your mind does not get to hand your peace over to strangers, acquaintances, loved ones, or anyone else whose opinion was never meant to be the final authority on your existence. How self-worth survives rejection, silence, and being misunderstood. Rejection has a way of making everything feel more personal than it actually is. A slow reply can feel like a verdict. A silence can feel like exposure. A misunderstanding can feel like proof that somehow, once again, you were too much in the wrong places or not enough in the right ones. And when something like that hits, even if it is small on the surface, it can wake up a very old fear underneath it. The fear that maybe your value has always been more fragile than you hoped. The fear that maybe one person's withdrawal says something final about your worth. That is what makes rejection so painful. It rarely stays in the present. It reaches backward. It pulls old stories into new moments. A message gets ignored, and suddenly it is not just about that message. It is every time you felt overlooked, every time you felt left out, every time someone pulled away and your nervous system quietly concluded that the safest explanation was that there must be something lacking in you. The human mind does this all the time. It does not just react to what is happening. It reacts to what this moment reminds it of. So what looks like a simple disappointment from the outside can feel much bigger on the inside because your body is not only feeling now, it is also feeling then. And that is important to understand, because if you do not, you will keep blaming yourself for having deep reactions to seemingly small things. You will call yourself too sensitive, too emotional, too attached, too affected. But a lot of the time, your pain is not irrational. It is layered. It is connected to older places in you that still do not fully believe they are safe from being left, misread, dismissed, or quietly replaced. That is why silence can hurt so much. Silence leaves room for the mind to invent, and the mind, when it is scared, rarely invents anything kind. It fills in the blanks with the harshest explanation first. They do not care. I annoyed them. I said too much. I was not enough. I should have been different. And because there is no immediate clarity to challenge those thoughts, they start settling into your body like facts. Your chest tightens, your stomach drops, your energy changes. And before long, what began as uncertainty starts hardening into self-doubt. The same thing happens with being misunderstood. It can be one of the loneliest experiences a person has because it does not just hurt your feelings. It can make you question your whole ability to be known. You can speak from a sincere place. Try your best to explain yourself. Show your heart honestly, and still be interpreted in a way that feels completely disconnected from who you actually are. And that kind of disconnect can be deeply unsettling, especially if you have spent years trying hard not to be misread, especially if being misunderstood in the past led to conflict, rejection, shame, or emotional distance. So of course it hurts. Of course it gets under your skin. Of course it can shake something deeper than the moment itself. But this is where one of the most important truths about self-worth begins to matter. Your value does not become unstable just because someone could not hold, see, choose, or understand you properly. That is a very different thing from saying rejection does not hurt. It does hurt. Silence hurts. Misunderstanding hurts. Being unseen by someone you wanted to feel safe with can ache in a way that is hard to explain. The goal is not to become so detached that none of it touches you, The goal is to stop turning those experiences into evidence against your worth, because that is where people lose themselves, not in the rejection itself, but in the meaning they attach to it. When someone pulls away, the mind often rushes to personalize what may not actually be personal. It assumes the gap must be explained by your insufficiency. But human behavior is almost never that simple. People withdraw for reasons that have nothing to do with your value. Sometimes they are avoidant. Sometimes they are emotionally unavailable. Sometimes they are overwhelmed, immature, inconsistent, frightened, unhealed, self-absorbed, confused, or simply unable to meet you where you are. Sometimes people misunderstand you because they are listening through their own wounds instead of your actual words. Sometimes silence says more about someone's capacity than your lovability. And yet, if you are already carrying old insecurity, your nervous system will often default to the explanation that hurts you most. It will say, "This happened because I am not enough." That is the shortcut shame always takes. It simplifies pain by making you the problem. And as painful as that is, there is a twisted comfort in it, because if you are the problem, then maybe you can fix yourself and prevent it from happening again. But that is where so many people get trapped. They start reshaping themselves in response to every hurt, becoming quieter after being called too much, becoming easier after being treated like a burden, becoming less expressive after being misunderstood, becoming less hopeful after being rejected. They do not just protect their hearts, they start editing their humanity. And over time, that self-editing can become so automatic that they forget what it feels like to exist without bracing. That is not healing. That is adaptation under pain. Real self-worth survives rejection, silence, and misunderstanding not because it never feels them, but because it refuses to let them define what is true. It says, "This hurts, but it does not get to rewrite me." It says, "I can be disappointed without deciding I am defective." It says, "Someone else's inability to meet me is not proof that I was too hard to love." That is what emotional stability actually starts to look like, not numbness, not pretending not to care, just a slower, wiser refusal to let every painful interaction become a mirror you trust. And maybe this is the gentlest thing to remember when your heart is aching from being unseen. Being unchosen is not the same as being unworthy. Being misunderstood is not the same as being wrong. Being met with silence is not the same as being forgettable. Those experiences can stir your deepest fears, yes, but they do not have the authority to tell you who you are. You are still valuable when the reply does not come. You are still worthy when someone cannot hold your depth. You are still enough when your heart is interpreted through someone else's limitations. That is the part people forget when pain gets loud. They start believing that worth is something confirmed by external response. But if that were true, your value would always be at the mercy of other people's moods, wounds, timing, preferences, and blind spots. That is not self-worth. That is emotional weather dependence, and it will keep you unstable until you remember that your value has to be rooted somewhere deeper than how well you are received. Because people will miss you. They will misread you. They will project onto you. They will fail to recognize what is beautiful, sincere, rare, and deeply human in you. And none of that means it was not there. Sometimes the most painful thing in the world is not that you lacked worth. It is that someone lacked the capacity to recognize it. And if you can hold on to that, even a little, then maybe rejection stops becoming a final sentence and starts becoming what it really is: information. Redirection. A painful but incomplete moment in a much bigger story. Your self-worth can survive all of it. Not because your heart becomes harder, but because it becomes wiser about what pain is allowed to mean. The soothing idea that you are more than your most embarrassing moments. There are certain memories that do not just live in your mind. They live in your body. You can be doing absolutely nothing, maybe brushing your teeth, maybe trying to fall asleep, maybe just existing quietly for one normal second, and then out of nowhere your brain drags up that moment. The thing you said wrong, the weird way you acted, the text you should not have sent, the time you overshared, froze up, looked foolish, got rejected, misunderstood the room, misread the vibe, trusted too quickly, or let too much of yourself show in a place that did not hold it gently. And somehow, even years later, your whole body can still react like it just happened 5 minutes ago. That is the strange power of embarrassment. It is rarely about the moment itself. It is about what the moment seems to reveal. It makes you feel exposed, seen in a way you did not choose, reduced to one awkward frame of your humanity, and then mentally trapped there. That is why embarrassment lingers so much longer than it should, because the pain is not only that something uncomfortable happened. The pain is that your mind starts asking a much more dangerous question. What if that moment showed who I really am? And that question can quietly shape the way a person sees themselves for years. Because once your brain attaches shame to a memory, it does not just file it away as something awkward. It stores it like evidence. Evidence that you are too much, too naive, too strange, too emotional, too socially off, too intense, too unaware, too eager, too human in the wrong places. And every time the memory resurfaces, it is not just replaying the event. It is replaying the identity your mind built around it. That is what hurts. Most people are not actually suffering because they once said something weird in a conversation or handled one moment badly. They are suffering because they unconsciously started using that moment as a summary of themselves. A tiny piece of their life became the lens through which they started judging their entire personality. And when that happens, embarrassment stops being temporary. It becomes a private mythology, a little internal story your mind keeps returning to every time you are trying to decide whether it is safe to be fully seen again. That is why some people become quieter after being embarrassed. Not calmer, smaller. They start editing themselves before they speak, holding back before they express, pulling away before they risk being perceived too clearly. They laugh less freely. They share less honestly. They become more controlled, more self-conscious, more managed. And on the surface, it can look like maturity or caution. But underneath, it is often just fear wearing a polished outfit. Fear that if people really saw you in all your unfiltered humanity, they would decide you are ridiculous. Fear that one wrong moment can erase all your depth. Fear that your worst social memory is secretly the truest thing about you. But it is not. And this is where something very soothing begins to emerge, if you let it. Your most embarrassing moments are not your essence. They are not your identity. They are not the final and most accurate proof of who you are. They are fragments, tiny, imperfect, context-soaked fragments of a much larger life. A life that cannot be honestly summarized by one awkward interaction, one bad read, one emotional misstep, one clumsy sentence, one needy phase, one cringe season, one moment of not being your best. You are not a still image. You are a whole moving story. And stories are not ruined by one uncomfortable scene. The human brain, especially when shame is involved, has a very unfair way of zooming in on moments without context. It takes one memory and strips away everything surrounding it: your stress, your age, your loneliness, your inexperience, your nervous system, your longing, your innocence, your confusion, your hope. All the things that made you human in that moment get erased, and all that remains is the version of the event your inner critic likes best. The harshest one, the most humiliating one, the one that makes self-rejection feel justified. But that version is incomplete. Maybe you were awkward because you were trying. Maybe you overshared because you were desperate to connect. Maybe you said the wrong thing because you were anxious. Maybe you misread the moment because you were hopeful. Maybe you acted in a way that embarrasses you now because you had not yet become who you are today. That does not make the memory disappear, but it changes the meaning of it. And meaning is everything. Because when shame owns the meaning of your past, you stay emotionally trapped in old versions of yourself. You keep relating to who you were at your most unpolished, as if that person should still be on trial. But growth was never supposed to look like permanent self-prosecution. Growth is being able to look back at an old version of you and say, yes, that was messy. Yes, that was hard to watch. Yes, I would do it differently now, and still not turn that into a reason to withhold compassion. That is real healing. Not pretending the embarrassing thing did not happen, just refusing to let it define the whole emotional architecture of who you are. Because the truth is, everyone has moments they would rather erase. Everyone has memories that make them physically cringe. Everyone has said too much, misread something, looked foolish, cared too openly, loved too awkwardly, trusted too fast, or revealed a version of themselves they later outgrew. That is not proof that you are uniquely embarrassing. That is proof that you participated in life instead of staying perfectly hidden from it. And yes, participating in life can be humiliating sometimes. That is the price of being real. The people who never embarrass themselves are often the people who never risk enough to be fully alive. They stay controlled, guarded, distant, curated. They avoid the sting, but they also avoid the aliveness. So maybe your embarrassing moments are not just evidence of imperfection. Maybe they are also evidence that you showed up, that you reached, that you tried, that you let your humanity be visible instead of spending your whole life locked behind a flawless mask. There is something deeply beautiful about that, even if it did not feel beautiful at the time. And maybe the softest truth of all is this: the people who truly matter are not remembering your most embarrassing moments with the intensity you are. Most people are too busy carrying their own. Most of the humiliation that still keeps you up at night is not alive in the world anymore. It is only alive in the private theater of your mind, replayed by a part of you that still thinks self-punishment is the same thing as self-protection. But it is not. It never was. You do not become safer by staying ashamed forever. You do not become wiser by refusing to let old versions of yourself be human. You do not become more lovable by shrinking around your past. You become freer when you stop making one uncomfortable memory carry the weight of your entire identity. Because you are more than the worst timing you ever had. More than the text you regret. More than the room where you felt foolish. More than the version of yourself that did not know better yet. More than the moment your voice shook, your need showed, your awkwardness surfaced, your dignity slipped, or your insecurity got caught in the light. You are still all the tenderness, intelligence, humor, depth, sincerity, beauty, and becoming that existed before that moment and after it. And maybe tonight, instead of replaying the scene one more time, you can let yourself hold a different truth. That memory may be real, but it is not the whole of you. Not even close. Why healing does not determine how deserving you are tonight. Some of the people who need rest the most are the ones who cannot fully let themselves have it. Not because they do not want peace, but because a part of them still believes peace should come after progress, after growth, after emotional maturity, after finally becoming the version of themselves they keep promising they will be one day. So even at night, even when the world gets quiet and there is nothing left to perform, there is still this subtle pressure humming underneath everything. You should be further along by now. You should be more healed by now. You should not still be carrying this. You should not still be reacting like this. And without realizing it, you turn healing into a test you are failing in real time. That is such a lonely kind of pain because from the outside, it can look like self-awareness. It can look like ambition. It can even look like responsibility. But underneath it, there is often something much sadder happening. A person is withholding tenderness from themselves until they become easier to love. They are delaying their own softness until they become less complicated. They are acting like their wounds make them less deserving of comfort, when in reality, their wounds are the very reason comfort is needed in the first place. And this is where so many people quietly get trapped. They think healing is what qualifies them for peace. They think once they stop overthinking, stop people-pleasing, stop shutting down, stop spiraling, stop getting triggered, stop feeling too much, then they will finally deserve a gentle life. Then they will finally be allowed to rest without guilt. Then they will finally feel lovable without having to work so hard for it. But if that is the deal you make with yourself, you will always be one flaw away from feeling disqualified, because there will always be another layer, another pattern, another thing to work on, another part of you that does not feel fixed yet. That is the shock people do not see coming. Healing can become another perfectionism trap, another place where your worth gets held hostage, another way your mind says not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. And if you live there long enough, you can spend your whole life standing outside your own kindness, waiting for permission to enter. A lot of people are not actually exhausted from healing itself. They are exhausted from the pressure to heal correctly, to heal quickly, to heal beautifully, to heal in a way that still makes them easy for everyone else to handle. They want to be the kind of wounded person who is inspiring, graceful, self-aware, emotionally evolved. But real healing does not always look like that. Sometimes it looks like repeating the same lesson 10 times. Sometimes it looks like knowing exactly why you are triggered and still being triggered anyway. Sometimes it looks like crying over something you thought you were over months ago. Sometimes it looks embarrassingly unpoetic, messy, inconvenient, slow. And because it does not look how people imagine transformation should look, they assume they must be doing it wrong. But your healing is not a stage performance. It is not supposed to be neat enough to impress anyone, including you. There is also something psychologically important here that almost nobody talks about enough. The human brain does not heal in a straight line because the brain is built for protection, not elegance. When you have been hurt, especially repeatedly, your nervous system does not simply file that away as a completed chapter and move on. It stores patterns, it stores alarms, it stores associations. It learns what to scan for. That is why a tiny moment in the present can wake up an old feeling that seems way bigger than what is happening right now. Your body is not being dramatic. It is being loyal to what once kept you safe, and that means healing is often less about becoming untouched and more about becoming less ruled by old survival codes. That is a very different goal, because if your definition of healing is never getting hurt, never reacting, never unraveling, never needing reassurance, then of course you are going to feel behind. That standard is not human. It is emotional fantasy. And fantasy is a cruel ruler because it makes ordinary struggle look like failure. Maybe the truth is not that you are bad at healing. Maybe the truth is that you are still in contact with your humanity. You still get scared sometimes. You still feel too much sometimes. You still revisit old pain sometimes. You still want to be held together on nights when you feel emotionally scattered. None of that disqualifies you from rest tonight. In fact, it is exactly why rest matters tonight, because this idea that you have to become more healed before you are allowed to be gentle with yourself is backward. Gentleness is not the prize at the end of healing. Gentleness is part of what healing requires. You do not arrive at worth after enough inner work. Worth is the ground you stand on while doing the inner work. If you make worth the finish line, you will keep crawling towards something that was never supposed to be far away from you. And I think that is what so many tired people need to hear when the lights are off and the thoughts start getting louder. You do not need to show emotional improvement tonight in order to deserve peace tonight. You do not need to prove that you are growing. You do not need to present evidence that you are handling life beautifully. You do not need to be the healed version of yourself to be held by your own compassion. The version of you that exists right now is already enough to be cared for, even if you are still carrying old grief, even if you are still stuck in patterns you swore you would be done with by now, even if part of you still feels like a younger version of yourself in places no one else can see. Especially then, because what would it mean if you stopped treating your pain like a reason to delay love? What would change if, just for tonight, you stopped making emotional progress the price of tenderness? That question matters more than it seems, because a lot of healing actually gets blocked when shame is the fuel. Shame makes people perform growth instead of experience it. Shame makes people hide their wounds from themselves. Shame makes people rush. And rushed healing often turns into polished avoidance. It looks good from a distance, but it does not actually let the heart breathe. Real healing needs honesty, and honesty sounds less like I should be over this by now and more like this still hurts, and I am still worthy while it hurts. That is the truth that softens people, not the promise that one day they will finally be fixed enough to deserve rest, but the realization that tonight was never supposed to depend on that. So if part of you still feels unfinished, if you still have reactions you do not like, if you are still carrying questions, fears, and bruises that have not fully faded, that does not make you less deserving of a peaceful night. It makes you a person in process, and being in process is not the same thing as being unworthy. You are not a before picture waiting to become acceptable. You are not a project whose lovability increases with emotional progress. You are a human being, right now, in the middle of your becoming, and that middle still deserves softness. That middle still deserves rest. That middle still deserves to be spoken to kindly when the day is done, and the room is quiet, and there is nothing left to prove. And maybe the most soothing truth of all is this: you do not have to heal a little more before you are allowed to stop fighting yourself tonight. The comfort of knowing you don't need to be exceptional to be precious. There is a kind of sadness almost nobody talks about directly, but so many people are carrying it. It is the sadness of feeling like being ordinary might make you easier to overlook. Not in some dramatic, obvious way, more in that quiet, private way that shows up at night when your mind starts wandering into uncomfortable places. You think about how many talented people there are, how many beautiful people there are, how many brilliant, magnetic, unforgettable people there are, and somewhere in that spiral, a fear slips in. What if I am just not exceptional enough to matter deeply? What if I am only lovable when I am impressive? What if being precious is something you have to earn by standing out? That fear gets into people earlier than they realize. It starts in tiny ways. Being noticed more when you perform well, feeling more wanted when you are funny, helpful, attractive, successful, easy to admire. Watching the world reward what shines the brightest and quietly assuming that if you want to be cherished, you have to become harder to ignore. So now, without even meaning to, you start building your value around distinction, around what makes you more special than the next person, around what makes people pause when they look at you. And if you do not feel particularly dazzling on a given day, your mind can get very cruel, very fast. That is where so many people are hurting. Not because they actually need to be extraordinary, but because they have been trained to believe that tenderness belongs to the remarkable. That deep love belongs to the rare. That being precious is reserved for people who have some obvious glitter to justify it. But if you really sit with that idea for a second, it falls apart in the most beautiful way, because some of the most precious things in life are not exceptional at all. A familiar voice, a warm hand on your back, a lamp left on for you, a quiet room after a hard day, the smell of clean sheets, a dog waiting by the door, a person who remembers how you take your tea. None of these things are impressive in the way the world usually defines impressive. None of them are trying to be dazzling, and yet they carry an almost sacred kind of value, not because they are extraordinary, but because they are deeply felt. That changes the whole conversation. Maybe preciousness was never supposed to come from spectacle. Maybe it comes from aliveness, from tenderness, from presence, from the irreplaceable texture of being exactly who and what you are. And I know a part of the mind resists that because it has spent so long believing that worth is competitive. That if someone else is more talented, more beautiful, more accomplished, more captivating, but then they must be more valuable. But that logic only works in a marketplace. It does not work in the human heart. The human heart does not love like a ranking system. Think about the people, animals, memories, and moments that feel most precious to you. They are not precious because they won against everything else. They are precious because they became meaningful to your life, because they touched something real in you, because your nervous system relaxed around them, because your soul recognized something gentle, familiar, alive. That is how preciousness actually works. And if that is true, then your value was never meant to depend on being the most dazzling person in the room. It was never meant to depend on being more accomplished than other people, more beautiful than other people, more gifted than other people, more unforgettable than other people. You do not become more deserving of care because you outperform someone else in the invisible competition your insecurity keeps inventing. A lot of people have spent years unconsciously trying to become precious through exceptionalism. They think if they can just become more interesting, more successful, more attractive, more admired, then they will finally feel secure in their worth. But what often happens is the opposite. The more your value depends on being exceptional, the more fragile your self-worth becomes. Because now there is always someone smarter, younger, richer, funnier, more accomplished, more effortlessly magnetic. And if your preciousness depends on staying ahead, then peace is always one comparison away from collapse. That is not safety. That is emotional starvation dressed up as ambition. And it can make life feel strangely lonely, even when things are going well. Because if people love the exceptional version of you, then a part of you may always wonder whether the softer, quieter, more ordinary version would still be enough. Whether the unpolished version would still be chosen. Whether the version of you that is not performing, not shining, not proving, would still be held with care. That is such a human ache. But maybe what your heart has been hungry for is not admiration. Maybe it has been hungry for relief. Relief from having to sparkle all the time. Relief from needing to justify your existence through rarity. Relief from treating your humanity like it only matters when it is extraordinary enough to impress someone. Because the truth is, your preciousness does not come from being rare in a flashy way. It comes from being unrepeatable in a living way. There has never been another consciousness arranged exactly like yours. No one else has your exact laugh, your exact grief, your exact private memories, your exact way of noticing little things, your exact emotional weather, your exact softness, your exact way of surviving what you have survived. You are not precious because you are above other people. You are precious because there is only one you moving through time like this. One set of eyes seeing the world from your angle. One inner life, carrying your particular combination of tenderness, contradictions, scars, humor, longings, and quiet hopes. That is not small. That is not ordinary in the dismissive way your insecurity tries to make it sound. That is life itself being singular through you. And psychologically, this matters more than most people realize. Human beings suffer when they build self-worth on unstable external traits because the nervous system can never fully relax around conditions that can change. Beauty changes. Success changes. Relevance changes. Status changes. Attention changes. What gets rewarded by the world changes constantly. So if your value is attached to those moving things, your inner life stays shaky. But when your worth begins to root into something deeper, something less performative and less comparative, your whole body starts to experience a different kind of safety. Not because you suddenly become more confident in a loud way, but because you stop feeling like your existence is under review. And that is what so many people secretly want. Not to be worshipped, not to be envied, just to stop feeling like they have to be remarkable to deserve love. So if you have been carrying that pressure, if part of you still believes you need to become more dazzling before you can feel truly valuable, let tonight interrupt that story. Let tonight be the night you stop confusing visibility with preciousness. Let tonight be the night you remember that some of the most deeply cherished things in this world are not the loudest, brightest, or most exceptional. They are simply real, familiar, alive, held close, and maybe that is what you are too. Not a performance, not a race somme, not a competition entry, not a thing that has to earn tenderness by standing out, just a living, feeling being who is already more precious than the part of you has been willing to believe. And there is something profoundly comforting about that, because it means you can put down the exhausting project of trying to become unforgettable enough to deserve care. You can stop auditioning for your own worth. You can stop trying to be extraordinary enough to qualify for gentleness. You were never supposed to have to glitter your way into being cherished. You were always allowed to be precious in your plainest, softest, most unguarded form. And if you really let that truth settle into you, it does not just make you feel better for a moment. It changes the whole atmosphere inside your life. Because once you stop asking, "Am I exceptional enough to matter?" you finally make room for a much quieter, much kinder truth. Maybe being here, as you are, has always been enough to make you worth holding gently. How childhood shame quietly distorts self-worth in adulthood. One of the strangest things about adulthood is how many people are still reacting to themselves through feelings they never consciously chose. They think they are just insecure, overly sensitive, too hard on themselves, weird about love, weird about praise, weird about mistakes, weird about being seen. But a lot of the time, what is actually happening is much older than that. They are not just dealing with present-day self-doubt. They are living inside emotional conclusions they formed when they were very young. And because those conclusions have been there for so long, they no longer feel like conclusions. They feel like facts. That is what makes childhood shame so powerful. It does not usually announce itself like a dramatic memory. It often settles in quietly and starts shaping the way a person sees themselves long before they are old enough to question whether that view is even true. And this is where things get heavy, because shame is not just pain. It is identity pain. Guilt says I made a mistake. Shame says I am the mistake. That difference can quietly shape an entire adult life. If a child repeatedly feels mocked when they are emotional, dismissed when they are scared, compared when they are trying, criticized when they are messy, or only warmly received when they are easy, high-performing, useful, or emotionally convenient, they start adapting in ways that look normal from the outside but feel brutal on the inside. They start shrinking certain parts of themselves. They become hyper-aware of how they are being received. They learn to scan faces, tones, pauses, reactions. They become careful, strategic, self-editing. And because this adaptation often happens early, they do not experience it as survival. They experience it as personality. So now they are older, and they call themselves perfectionists, overthinkers, people pleasers, emotionally intense, hard to love, too needy, too much, not enough. But what they often do not see is that these patterns are not random flaws. They are intelligent responses to environments where acceptance did not always feel stable. If love felt warmer when you were easier, of course you learned to monitor yourself. If mistakes led to humiliation instead of repair, of course criticism still hits your nervous system like a threat. If your needs were treated like a burden, of course asking for reassurance still feels embarrassing. None of that means there is something inherently wrong with you. It means your self-worth may have been shaped in rooms where your humanity was not handled very gently. That is the part people almost never get taught. Childhood shame does not just make you feel bad in obvious ways. It can quietly distort the lens through which you interpret everything. It can make neutral moments feel exposing. It can make ordinary rejection feel devastating. It can make you believe that if someone is distant, disappointed, distracted, or hard to read, it must somehow be about your inadequacy. It can make you live with this constant low-grade sense that you are one wrong move away from becoming too much for people. And if you carry that feeling long enough, it starts affecting every area of life. Relationships become exhausting because you are not just connecting, you are constantly managing the fear of becoming unacceptable. Work becomes emotionally loaded because mistakes do not feel like mistakes, they feel like evidence. Even rest can feel uncomfortable because if your value was tied to being good, useful, impressive, or easy, then slowing down can stir up shame you do not even realize you are carrying. And this is where a lot of adults get trapped without knowing it. They try to solve shame by becoming more admirable, more disciplined, more attractive, more healed, more successful, more emotionally put together. They think if they can just become impressive enough, then the ache underneath will finally go quiet. But shame does not actually respond to achievement the way people hope it will. You can be praised and still feel deeply defective. You can be loved and still feel secretly unlovable. You can do everything right and still carry this private sense that if people really saw all of you, they would eventually be disappointed. That is because shame is not just low confidence. It is a wound around being seen and still feeling safe. Psychologically, this makes complete sense. A child depends on connection for survival, so the brain is incredibly sensitive to anything that threatens belonging. If certain traits, emotions, or needs repeatedly led to disconnection, correction, ridicule, coldness, or withdrawal, the nervous system starts coding those parts of the self as dangerous. That coding can last for years, even when the original environment is gone. So as an adult, you may find yourself reacting intensely to things that seem small on the surface, and then judging yourself for how strongly you feel. But often, what is happening is not overreaction. It is old emotional learning getting activated in the present. The adult part of you may know you are not in danger, but the younger part still remembers what it felt like when being imperfect seemed to cost closeness. That is why healing this kind of self-worth issue is not just about affirmations or confidence tips. It is about beginning to notice when your inner world is still being run by shame-based assumptions that were formed before you had language for them. It is about catching the moments when your mind automatically translates imperfection into unworthiness. It is about recognizing that the harsh voice in your head may feel familiar, but familiar is not the same thing as true. A lot of people have spent so long living inside inherited shame that they have mistaken it for self-awareness. But constantly anticipating your own unacceptability is not wisdom. It is old pain trying to stay one step ahead of rejection. And once you really start seeing that, something important shifts. You begin to understand that maybe your worth was never actually damaged in the way you thought it was. Maybe what got damaged was your ability to feel your worth without conditions. Maybe what got distorted was not your value itself, but your relationship to it. That is a painful realization, but it is also a relieving one, because it means the story is not as final as it once felt. It means the way you learn to see yourself is not necessarily the clearest or kindest truth about who you are. So if you have spent years feeling secretly defective, chronically not enough, ashamed of your needs, scared of disappointing people, or unable to relax unless you are proving your value somehow, there is a real chance that what you have been calling your personality is actually the afterlife of childhood shame. And if that is true, then maybe tonight is not about fixing yourself. Maybe it is about realizing how much of your self-judgment was built from pain that was never supposed to become your identity in the first place. The truth about why comparing yourself always leaves you feeling smaller. One of the quickest ways to ruin your relationship with your own life is to keep looking at it through the lens of someone else's. That is what comparison does. It does not just help you notice differences. It quietly convinces you that those differences mean something painful about you. It takes someone else's beauty and turns it into evidence that you are lacking. It takes someone else's success and turns it into proof that you are behind. It takes someone else's confidence, lifestyle, discipline, healing, talent, or attention and somehow makes your mind interpret all of it as a private accusation. And the reason it hurts so much is because it never feels like you are just observing. It feels like you are being measured and losing. That is what makes comparison so dangerous. It can make a perfectly decent day feel emotionally heavy in minutes. You can feel fine, even peaceful, and then suddenly see someone who seems more attractive, more accomplished, more loved, more socially effortless, more put together, more ahead in life, and something inside you immediately tightens. Your mind starts shrinking your own life in real time. What was enough a second ago no longer feels enough. What was beautiful now feels ordinary. What was progress now feels slow. Nothing in your actual reality changed, but your emotional reality collapses because your worth has been dragged into a race it was never supposed to run. And if you really think about it, comparison is built on such a brutal kind of dishonesty. It asks you to compare your full, messy, human existence to someone else's most visible strengths. It asks you to compare your behind the scenes to their polished front-facing image. It asks you to compare your insecurities to their presentation, your confusion to their certainty, your unfinished chapters to their most photogenic moments. And then, after creating that completely unfair setup, your mind acts as if the pain it produces is objective truth. But it is not truth, it is distortion. It is a warped emotional equation that keeps reducing your humanity into a ranking system. That is why comparison almost always leaves people feeling smaller. Not because they actually became smaller, but because comparison only knows how to flatten. It strips away context. It ignores your private battles, your emotional load, your history, your capacity, your grief, your timing, your nervous system, your actual values. It does not care what it cost you to get where you are. It does not care whether you are healing from things no one else can see. It does not care whether your path is slower because your life has required a different kind of strength. It only cares about appearances, outcomes, and who seems to be doing better at a glance. That is such a cruel way to interpret a human life. There is also a deeper reason this gets under people's skin so easily. A lot of comparison is not really about jealousy. It is about fear. Fear that maybe you are not enough. Fear that maybe if someone else is shining more brightly, there is less room for you to matter. Fear that maybe being average means being forgettable. Fear that maybe if you are not exceptional in obvious ways, you will somehow become easier to overlook, easier to replace, easier not to choose. And once that fear is active, your mind starts using other people as evidence. It starts collecting proof for your worst insecurities. Look how far ahead they are. Look how easy it seems for them. Look how naturally they have what you are still trying to build. It feels like clarity, but it is really just insecurity wearing the mask of observation. Psychologically, this makes complete sense. The human brain is wired to pay attention to social standing because belonging has always mattered for survival. We are sensitive to where we fit, how we are perceived, whether we are accepted. But in the modern world, that instinct gets hijacked constantly. You are exposed to too many lives, too many images, too many curated identities, too many snapshots of who seems to be winning, and your nervous system often reacts to all of it as if it is useful information, when most of the time it is just emotional noise. It is not helping you grow. It is helping you doubt yourself more efficiently. And the saddest part is how comparison can make you abandon your own life while you are still living it. You stop noticing your own growth because someone else seems further along. You stop appreciating your own beauty because it does not resemble the kind that gets more attention. You stop respecting your own pace because someone else's timeline looks more impressive. You stop valuing the quieter things about yourself because they are not loud enough to compete. But some of the most meaningful parts of a person were never meant to compete. The way you make people feel safe, the way you survive hard things, the way you remain soft after disappointment, the way you care, the way you keep going even when your confidence is low. These things may not dominate a room, but they are not small. That is the truth comparison keeps hiding from you. It keeps teaching you to value only what is visible, obvious, marketable, or instantly admired. But a human life is not valuable only when it is impressive. A person does not become more worthy because they are ahead in a category your insecurity happens to worship. And your life does not become less meaningful because someone else is flourishing in a way that looks shinier from the outside. Their gifts are not proof of your deficiency. Their path is not an accusation against yours. Their light is not stealing from your light. It is only exposing the part of you that has forgotten how to see your own clearly. So if comparison has been making you feel smaller lately, maybe the most honest thing to remember tonight is that the shrinking feeling is real, but the story attached to it is false. You are not less because someone else is more visible. You are not behind because someone else is moving differently. You are not lacking because someone else has strengths you do not. You are simply being pulled into a habit that was never capable of telling you the truth about your worth. And the more you stop asking comparison to define who matters more, the more you begin to feel something much quieter and much steadier underneath all of that noise. Your life was never meant to be measured side by side. It was meant to be lived from within. Why being sensitive is not a weakness, but a sign of a deeply human heart. If you are a sensitive person, there is a good chance you have spent a lot of your life trying not to look like one. You learn to hide how deeply things affect you. You learn to act normal when certain words stayed with you, when certain moods got into your body, when certain silences made your chest tighten, when certain moments left a mark that nobody else seemed to notice. And over time, that creates a very strange kind of self-distrust, because instead of honoring what you feel, you start managing it like it is a flaw. You start assuming that if something affects you strongly, the problem must be your sensitivity rather than the thing itself. And that belief can quietly shape your whole self-image. You begin to see your softness as a liability, your emotional depth as a burden, and your openness as something you need to shrink if you ever want to feel safe in this world. But that is such a distorted way of understanding what sensitivity actually is, because sensitivity is not just the tendency to get hurt more easily. It is the capacity to feel life more fully. It is the same wiring that makes rejection sting that also makes kindness land in a way other people might barely notice. It is the same openness that makes tension hard to ignore that also makes beauty, music, tenderness, grief, memory, and love hit with extraordinary depth. Sensitive people do not just feel pain more vividly, they often feel meaning more vividly too. But because pain gets more attention than beauty, many people end up building their whole identity around the cost of their sensitivity while completely missing the value of it. That is where the real wound begins. Not in being sensitive, but in being taught to feel ashamed of it. Because once shame gets attached to your emotional nature, you stop asking what your heart needs and start asking how to make it smaller, how to care less, how to toughen up, how to stop reacting so much, how to become less affected. And on the surface, that can sound like growth, but underneath it is often just self-rejection in a more socially acceptable form. It is a person trying to survive by becoming less reachable to life. And that is a tragedy, because what people often call strength is not always strength at all. Sometimes it is just emotional shutdown that got rewarded. Sometimes being hard to affect is not resilience. Sometimes it is just what happens when someone has had to disconnect from themselves in order to cope. So if you are someone who still feels deeply, even after disappointment, even after being misunderstood, even after life has given you reasons to become colder, that does not necessarily mean you are weak. In some ways, it can mean the exact opposite. It can mean your heart is still responsive, still awake, still alive enough to register what is real. Psychologically, sensitivity is also far more legitimate than people tend to realize. Some nervous systems are simply more responsive. Some people naturally process emotional and sensory information more deeply. They notice tone, atmosphere, facial shifts, social tension, and unspoken emotional cues very quickly. That can absolutely become overwhelming if they are never taught how to regulate it. But the problem is usually not the sensitivity itself. The problem is that sensitive people are rarely taught how to work with their nature wisely. Instead of learning boundaries, pacing, nervous system care, and discernment, they often just learn embarrassment. They are made to feel dramatic for noticing what they notice and feeling what they feel. So they spend years trying to override their own wiring instead of understanding it. That is why so many sensitive adults are carrying 2 layers of pain at once. There is the original emotion itself, and then there is the shame of having the emotion. They are hurt, and then they are annoyed at themselves for being hurt. They are overwhelmed, and then they feel weak for being overwhelmed. That second layer is often what crushes people. Not the sensitivity, but the constant internal criticism attached to it. But sensitivity is not a sign that you are less capable of life. It often means you are more in contact with it. It can mean you notice more, feel more, care more. It can mean your heart catches things other people miss. It can mean you are able to sense emotional truth in a room before anyone says it out loud. And yes, that can make life heavier in the wrong environments. But it can also make you deeply compassionate, intuitive, emotionally intelligent, creative, and profoundly safe for the people who are lucky enough to be loved by you. And maybe that is the truth worth falling asleep to tonight. Maybe your sensitivity does not need to be fixed. Maybe it needs to be respected. Maybe it needs better protection, better boundaries, more rest, and more kindness from you. Because a heart that still feels deeply in a world that often survives by going numb is not a failed heart. It is not a weak heart. It is a deeply human one. And if you have spent years trying to become less sensitive, so you could finally feel more worthy. Maybe the gentler truth is that your softness was never the thing that made you less. It may actually be one of the most beautiful things about you. The calming reminder that resting does not make you lazy or less valuable. There is a very specific kind of guilt that shows up when your body is asking for rest, but your mind keeps acting like rest has to be justified. It is that strange feeling of lying down while part of you is still standing inside your own head, listing everything you have not finished, everything you could be doing, everything that would make you feel more acceptable if you got up and handled it right now. And what makes that guilt so exhausting is that it rarely sounds cruel. It sounds responsible. It sounds disciplined. It sounds like the voice of someone trying to stay on top of life. But underneath it, there is often something much sadder. A lot of people do not really believe rest is a basic human need. They believe it is a reward they have to earn after they have been useful enough. Once that belief gets rooted in you, it quietly poisons your relationship with peace, because now resting does not feel neutral. It feels suspicious. It feels like slacking, falling behind, wasting time, becoming less impressive, less productive, maybe even less worthy. You can be genuinely exhausted and still feel ashamed for slowing down. You can be emotionally worn out, mentally overloaded, physically depleted, and still hear that inner pressure telling you that stopping means you are weak or lazy. That is not just stress. That is a painful way to exist, because it means your nervous system never really gets permission to unclench. Even when you are technically resting, part of you is still performing guilt in the background. That is where so many people are suffering without realizing how deep it goes. They are not just tired from life. They are tired from having to morally justify being tired. They are tired from turning every need for recovery into a debate about character. And for a lot of people, that guilt is not really about laziness at all. It is about worth. If I am not doing something useful right now, am I still enough? If I am not progressing, producing, answering, fixing, helping, improving, or keeping up, do I still get to feel okay about myself? Most people never say those questions out loud, but they quietly shape the emotional atmosphere of their entire life. That is why rest can feel so uncomfortable, because if your self-worth has been tied to productivity for a long time, stillness can feel exposing. It removes the scoreboard. It removes the proof. It removes the constant evidence you usually lean on to reassure yourself that you are doing enough to deserve your place in the world. And if you have been using business to avoid deeper feelings, rest can feel even harder, because now you are not just slowing down physically. You are also coming face to face with yourself without the usual distractions. That is why some people are not afraid of rest, because they hate stillness. They are afraid of what stillness reveals when there is no performance left to hide inside. But this is where something needs to be said clearly. Rest is not a sign that you are lazy. Rest is a sign that you are a human being living inside a body and mind that have limits. That is not failure, that is reality. Human beings are not designed for endless output without emotional or physical cost. Your brain needs recovery. Your body needs recovery. Your nervous system needs recovery. And when you ignore those needs for too long, it always shows up somewhere. Maybe as irritability. Maybe as numbness. Maybe as brain fog, resentment, emotional heaviness, anxiety, or that strange feeling of being disconnected from yourself. None of that means you are weak. It means you are depleted. Psychologically, rest is not some extra luxury for people who have everything under control. It is part of how your system repairs itself. When you stay in constant output mode for too long, stress builds, emotional regulation gets worse, focus gets weaker, and even your self-perception becomes more fragile. That is why exhausted people often become more self-critical. Their system is overloaded, but instead of reading that as a signal to slow down, they read it as proof that they need to push harder. So they keep overriding themselves, and then they wonder why peace feels impossible to reach. And maybe that is the deeper wound. A lot of people were not taught that rest is part of being well. They were taught that rest is what you get after everything important is done, but everything is never fully done. There is always another task, another message, another responsibility, another way you could be improving yourself. So if rest only becomes allowed after total completion, then rest never truly arrives. You just keep postponing your own humanity until some imaginary future where you have finally earned the right to stop. That future does not come. So maybe tonight is the night to interrupt that lie. Maybe tonight is the night to remember that slowing down does not reduce your value. Needing recovery does not make you less disciplined, less admirable, or less worthy of care. It makes you honest about being human. And there is nothing shameful about that. The calming truth is that rest was never supposed to be something you earn only after running yourself empty. It was always one of the ways you stay connected to your mind, your body, your peace, and your worth. And the more gently you understand that, the easier it becomes to believe something your exhausted heart may have needed to hear for a very long time. You do not become less valuable when you stop. You just stop abandoning yourself. How you can be deeply insecure and still completely worthy of love. You can feel deeply insecure and still be completely worthy of love. And for a lot of people, that is one of the hardest truths to believe. Because insecurity has a way of making love feel like something you are supposed to earn after you finally become better. Better looking, better healed, better at communicating, less needy, less anxious, less awkward, less emotionally complicated. It tells you that maybe people can like you now, maybe they can enjoy you now, maybe they can stay for a little while, but real love, safe love, lasting love, that kind of love must belong to some future version of you who is easier to hold and harder to leave. That is what insecurity does. It does not just make you doubt parts of yourself. It makes you doubt your lovability at the root. It makes you feel like your flaws are not just flaws, but disqualifications, like your fear, your overthinking, your sensitivity, your need for reassurance, your emotional messiness, your history, your wounds, all of it somehow adds up to one painful conclusion. Maybe I am just harder to love than other people. And when that belief has lived in you for a long time, it starts shaping the way you move inside relationships. You become hyper-aware of how you are being perceived. You notice small changes in tone, energy, warmth, silence, attention. You start reading into pauses, delayed replies, shifts in affection, tiny signs that something may be wrong. You do not just want to be loved. You want proof that you have not become too much yet. Proof that you have not become inconvenient, disappointing, exhausting, or easy to leave. That is such a painful way to exist, because instead of resting inside connection, you are constantly bracing inside it. And insecurity does not always look like obvious self-hatred. A lot of the time, it looks like performance. It looks like trying to be easy to love. Low maintenance, chill, pleasant, impressive, undemanding. It can make you shape-shift in relationships without even realizing it. You become more focused on being acceptable than being known, more focused on not being abandoned than on whether you actually feel safe, more focused on being chosen than on whether you are being cared for in a way your heart can actually trust. That is what makes insecurity so exhausting. It turns love into something you monitor instead of something you receive. And often, this happens to people who are incredibly loving themselves. People who are thoughtful, tender, loyal, emotionally deep. People who would never judge someone else as harshly as they judge themselves. But when it comes to their own heart, they secretly believe they need to be less flawed before they are allowed to receive real love without fear. That belief is so painful because it turns love into a reward for self-improvement instead of what healthy love is actually supposed to be. A place where your humanity can exist without disqualifying you. That does not mean insecurity cannot affect relationships. Of course it can. It can create fear, self-sabotage, reassurance-seeking, overthinking, emotional misreading, and all kinds of tension. But that is very different from saying insecurity makes you unworthy of love. It does not. It makes you human. It makes you someone with wounds, fears, and unmet needs, just like everyone else who looks more confident from the outside than they actually feel on the inside. Psychologically, insecurity often grows in places where love once felt inconsistent, critical, conditional, or hard to trust. It is not random. It is often your nervous system trying to stay prepared for rejection before rejection has even happened. That is why insecure people can love so deeply and still struggle to relax inside being loved back. Their mind is not always asking, "Do I love this person?" It is often asking, "When will they realize I am not enough?" That fear can become so familiar that it starts to feel like truth. But old fear is not the truth about your worth. You do not become more deserving of love only after you become perfectly secure. You do not have to become flawlessly confident, endlessly calm, or emotionally unshakable in order to be lovable. Because if love only belonged to the fully healed, the fully secure, the fully polished, then almost nobody on earth would ever truly deserve it. The truth is, a lot of love is not about meeting someone at their most perfected. It is about meeting them honestly. It is about being seen in your tenderness, your fear, your unfinishedness, and not being reduced to those things. And yes, it matters to take responsibility for your healing. It matters not to make someone else carry what only you can work through. But responsibility is not the same thing as disqualification. You can be healing and still lovable. You can be insecure and still deeply worthy of tenderness. Maybe that is the calming truth here. Your insecurity may shape how you experience love, but it does not cancel your right to receive it. Your fear does not make you too much. Your tenderness does not make you defective. Your need for reassurance does not make you impossible to choose. It just means there are places in you that still need safety, consistency, and gentleness more than shame. And maybe tonight, instead of asking whether you are healed enough, attractive enough, secure enough, or easy enough to deserve love, the gentler question is this: what if your worthiness was never waiting on your perfection in the first place? What if being insecure does not make you less lovable? What if it simply means there are wounded places in you that need more truth and more softness than they have ever been given? Because love was never only meant for the people who have it all together. Sometimes it is most deeply needed by the ones still learning they were never too flawed to receive it. how you can be deeply insecure and still completely worthy of love. You can feel deeply insecure and still be completely worthy of love. And for a lot of people, that is one of the hardest truths to believe. Because insecurity has a way of making love feel like something you are supposed to earn after you finally become better. Better looking, better healed, better at communicating, less needy, less anxious, less emotionally complicated. It tells you that maybe people can like you now, maybe they can enjoy you now, maybe they can stay for a while. But real love, safe love, lasting love, that kind of love must belong to some future version of you who is easier to hold and harder to leave. That is what insecurity does. It does not just make you doubt parts of yourself. It makes you doubt your lovability at the root. It makes you feel like your flaws are not just flaws, but disqualifications. Like your fear, your overthinking, your sensitivity, your need for reassurance, your emotional messiness, your history. All of it somehow adds up to one painful conclusion. Maybe I am just harder to love than other people. And when that belief has lived in you for a long time, it starts shaping the way you move inside relationships. You become hyper-aware of how you are being perceived. You notice changes in tone, warmth, attention, silence. You start reading into pauses, delayed replies, little shifts in energy, tiny signs that something may be wrong. You do not just want to be loved. You want proof that you have not become too much yet. And insecurity does not always look like obvious self-hatred. A lot of the time, it looks like performance. It looks like trying to be easy to love, low maintenance, chill, pleasant, undemanding. It can make you shape-shift in relationships without even realizing it. You become more focused on being acceptable than being known, more focused on not being abandoned than on whether you actually feel safe, more focused on being chosen than on whether you are being cared for in a way your heart can trust. That is what makes insecurity so exhausting. It turns love into something you monitor instead of something you receive. And often, this happens to people who are incredibly loving themselves, people who are thoughtful, tender, loyal, emotionally deep, people who would never judge someone else as harshly as they judge themselves. But when it comes to their own heart, they secretly believe they need to be less flawed before they are allowed to receive real love without fear. That belief is so painful because it turns love into a reward for self-improvement instead of what healthy love is actually supposed to be. A place where your humanity can exist without disqualifying you. That does not mean insecurity cannot affect relationships. Of course it can. It can create fear, self-sabotage, reassurance-seeking, overthinking, and emotional misreading. But that is very different from saying insecurity makes you unworthy of love. It does not. It makes you human. It makes you someone with wounds, fears, and unmet needs, just like everyone else who looks more confident from the outside than they actually feel on the inside. Psychologically, insecurity often grows in places where love once felt inconsistent, critical, conditional, or hard to trust. It is often your nervous system trying to stay prepared for rejection before rejection has even happened. That is why insecure people can love so deeply and still struggle to relax inside being loved back. Their mind is not always asking, "Do I love this person?" It is often asking, "When will they realize I am not enough?" That fear can become so familiar that it starts to feel like truth. But old fear is not the truth about your worth. You do not become more deserving of love only after you become perfectly secure. You do not have to become flawlessly confident or emotionally unshakable in order to be lovable. Because if love only belonged to the fully healed, then almost nobody on earth would ever deserve it. The truth is, a lot of love is not about meeting someone at their most perfected. It is about meeting them honestly. It is about being seen in your tenderness, your fear, your unfinishedness, and not being reduced to those things. And yes, it matters to take responsibility for your healing. But responsibility is not the same thing as disqualification. You can be healing and still lovable. You can be insecure and still deeply worthy of tenderness. Maybe that is the calming truth here. Your insecurity may shape how you experience love, but it does not cancel your right to receive it. Your fear does not make you too much. Your tenderness does not make you defective. Your need for reassurance does not make you impossible to choose. It just means there are places in you that still need safety, consistency, and gentleness more than shame. And maybe tonight, instead of asking whether you are healed enough, attractive enough, secure enough, or easy enough to deserve love, the gentler question is this: what if your worthiness was never waiting on your perfection in the first place? What if being insecure does not make you less lovable? What if it simply means there are wounded places in you that need more truth and more softness than they have ever been given? Because love was never only meant for the people who have it all together. Sometimes it is most deeply needed by the ones still learning they were never too flawed to receive it. The hidden freedom in no longer needing everyone to understand you. One of the most exhausting ways to live is to keep trying to explain your heart to people who were never really listening in the first place. There is a very specific kind of pain in feeling misunderstood, especially when you know your intentions were good and what you meant was much softer than the way it was received. It can make you want to over-explain everything. Your choices, your boundaries, your silence, your sensitivity, your distance, your emotions, your way of moving through the world. And when you are someone who deeply wants to be seen accurately, misunderstanding can feel almost unbearable, because it is not just frustrating. It can feel like a quiet erasure of who you actually are. That is why so many people spend years trying to make themselves more understandable. They keep reaching for the perfect wording, the perfect tone, the perfect explanation that will finally make people say, "Now I get you." And there is nothing wrong with wanting to be understood. That desire is deeply human. But what becomes painful is when your peace starts depending on that happening. Because the truth is, some people will misunderstand you no matter how carefully you speak. Some people will only hear you through the filter of their own assumptions, wounds, ego, defensiveness, or emotional limitations. And if you keep handing your self-trust over to whether they finally get it, you will stay trapped in a cycle that never really ends. That is where so much hidden suffering lives, not just in being misunderstood, but in needing the misunderstanding to be corrected before you can move on. Needing people to see your innocence before you can forgive yourself. Needing them to agree with your heart before you can feel settled in it. Needing them to validate your truth before you can stop defending it. That need can become so consuming that it keeps you emotionally tied to people and situations long after they have already shown you they do not have the capacity or willingness to truly understand you. And maybe that is the first uncomfortable truth here. Not everyone is capable of seeing you clearly. Not because you are impossible to understand, but because some people only understand others at the depth they understand themselves. Some are too committed to the version of you that keeps their own story intact. And when you keep trying to force clarity where there is no real openness, you do not find peace. You just keep reopening the wound. That is why there is so much hidden freedom in no longer needing everyone to understand you. Because the moment you stop making universal understanding the price of your peace, something inside you starts to loosen. You stop over-explaining every boundary, every no, every silence, every decision that helped save your own sanity. You begin to realize that not every misunderstanding is a call to self-abandonment. Sometimes it is just information. Sometimes it simply shows you where your truth is not going to be held with care. Psychologically, this runs deeper than communication. For many people, the need to be understood is tied to old emotional survival. If being misunderstood earlier in life led to shame, dismissal, or loneliness, then being misunderstood later can feel much bigger than the moment itself. That is why some people cannot let things go until they feel fully explained. Their nervous system is not only seeking clarity, it is seeking safety. But that wound does not always heal through being understood by everyone. Sometimes it heals through no longer abandoning yourself when you are not. That is the deeper freedom here. The freedom is not in becoming cold or pretending you do not care what anyone thinks. It is in becoming more anchored in your own truth than in other people's interpretation of it. It is in learning that being misunderstood does not automatically mean you have done something wrong or become less real. So maybe tonight, the calming truth is this: you do not need every person to understand you in order for your life to still belong to you. You do not need every misunderstanding corrected before you are allowed to rest. Some people will get you, some will not. And that is not always a reflection of your clarity, your goodness, or your worth. Sometimes it is simply a reflection of what they are able to hold. And maybe peace begins the moment you stop asking everyone to hold all of you. Because there is a quiet kind of freedom in no longer needing to be perfectly understood in order to feel real. And once that freedom settles in, you start living with a little more air in your chest, a little less explaining in your spirit, and a little more trust that the people meant to meet you deeply will not require you to endlessly prove the truth of who you are. How perfectionism secretly steals your ability to feel enough. Perfectionism rarely introduces itself as self-hatred. Most of the time, it shows up looking respectable. It looks like high standards, discipline, ambition, responsibility, wanting to do things well, wanting to become better, wanting to get your life together. And because of that, a lot of people spend years calling it growth, when what they are actually living inside is quiet emotional punishment. Because underneath perfectionism, there is often a much more painful belief hiding in plain sight. The belief that if you are not doing things exceptionally well, then maybe you are not quite enough yet. That is why perfectionism can feel so confusing. On the outside, it can look like someone who is driven, capable, thoughtful, and put together. But on the inside, it often feels like never being able to arrive. Nothing fully lands. Nothing fully satisfies. Even when you do something well, your mind immediately moves the goalpost. You notice what could have been cleaner, smarter, prettier, faster, more impressive, more healed, more productive, more emotionally mature. And because the standard is always shifting, you do not really get to feel the relief you thought achievement was supposed to bring. You just keep chasing a version of enough that keeps moving farther away every time you get close. That is the part people do not talk about enough. Perfectionism does not just make life more stressful. It quietly steals your ability to feel complete in moments that were supposed to count. It can make you finish something and still feel behind. It can make you improve and still feel inadequate. It can make you receive praise and still feel unconvinced. It can make you accomplish what you once prayed for and still somehow feel like you have not done enough to deserve peace. That is such a brutal way to live, because it means your nervous system never fully gets to exhale. Even your wins get filtered through dissatisfaction. And what makes this even sadder is that perfectionism is often not really about excellence. It is about protection. For a lot of people, perfectionism began as an emotional survival strategy. Somewhere along the way, being impressive, polished, useful, high-performing, or mistake-free started to feel safer than simply being human. Maybe love felt warmer when you were doing well. Maybe mistakes brought shame. Maybe being exceptional was the only way you learned to feel visible, respected, or hard to dismiss. So now, even in adulthood, part of you still believes that if you can just get everything right enough, maybe you will finally feel okay inside. But that okayness never fully comes, because perfectionism is not built to let you rest. It is built to keep you striving. It keeps whispering that peace is available, but only after one more fix, one more improvement, one more achievement, one more version of yourself that is slightly more acceptable than the one you are now. And that is why so many perfectionists are exhausted in ways that other people do not always understand. They are not only tired from doing too much, they are tired from never feeling like they are allowed to emotionally arrive where they already are. Psychologically, this makes a lot of sense. Perfectionism often creates a loop where self-worth becomes tied to performance, control, and avoidance of failure. And once your mind starts using achievement as proof of value, every mistake begins to feel bigger than it is. It does not just feel like a mistake, it feels like exposure, like evidence that you are falling short in some deeper way. That is why perfectionistic people often struggle not only with pressure, but with shame. And maybe that is the hidden theft here. Perfectionism does not just steal your peace, it steals your ability to feel enough while your life is actually happening. It keeps you mentally absent from your own existence, always fixing, always improving, always evaluating, always preparing to deserve the very life you are already inside. So maybe tonight, the truth worth resting into is this: you do not need to become impossible to criticize in order to be enough. You do not need to perfect your body, your emotions, your work, your healing, your routine, your personality, or your life before you are allowed to soften. Because the more painful truth is that perfectionism will never finally tell you that you are enough. It survives by keeping that feeling just out of reach. And maybe freedom begins the moment you stop asking perfectionism for permission to rest. Maybe it begins when you let yourself be a person instead of a project. A person who can still grow, still care, still try, still improve, without making your worth wait at the finish line. Because your life is happening now, not after you become flawless. And if you keep demanding perfection before you allow yourself to feel enough, you will miss the quiet miracle of realizing that enoughness was never hiding in your performance. It was waiting underneath all the pressure, hoping one day you would finally stop treating your existence like something that still needs to be earned. Why you are still worthy even if you haven't become who you planned to be. There is a very quiet kind of grief that comes from looking at your life and realizing It does not look the way you thought it would by now. Not because everything is terrible. Not because nothing matters. But because somewhere inside you, there is still a version of yourself you thought you would have become by this point. A version who would be more healed, more successful, more certain, more disciplined, more emotionally steady, more accomplished, more at peace. And when your real life does not match the image you once carried, it can create this heavy and difficult feeling that is hard to put into words. It can make you feel like you are somehow behind your own worth. That is one of the cruelest lies people quietly live under. The idea that your value becomes harder to access when your life does not unfold according to plan. That if you have not become who you promised yourself you would be, then maybe you are not as admirable, lovable, or respectable as you were supposed to be by now. And because most people do not say that out loud, it often hides under more acceptable thoughts. I should be further along. I wasted too much time. I had more potential than this. I thought I would have figured myself out by now. I thought I would be someone else by now. That inner disappointment can become so personal that you stop seeing yourself with compassion and start seeing yourself like a failed expectation. You start measuring your life against timelines that may not have even belonged to you in the first place. You compare who you are to who you imagined, and then you quietly punish yourself for not matching the fantasy. And what makes this so painful is that the fantasy version of you often gets remembered without context. You imagined who you would become, but you did not yet know what pain you would carry, what losses you would survive, what exhaustion you would drag through, what confusion would slow you down, what heartbreak would reshape you, what invisible battles would take years from your energy. That matters more than people realize, because a lot of people are judging their current self from the perspective of a younger self who had no idea what life was actually going to cost. Of course, you thought you would be further by now. You had not yet met the grief, fear, burnout, uncertainty, loneliness, financial pressure, emotional wounds, or self-doubt that would complicate the path. You made your plans with innocence. You are living your life with reality. And those are not the same thing. That is why this hurts so deeply. It is not only about unmet goals. It is about identity. It is about the quiet fear that if you did not become who you planned to be, maybe you have become less impressive, less meaningful, less worthy of pride, less worthy of love. But that is where something tender and important needs to be remembered. Your worth was never supposed to be held hostage by a timeline. You are not only valuable when your life is going according to your original blueprint. You are not only worthy when your potential has been fully realized in visible ways. You are not only deserving of gentleness once you have become the polished version of yourself you once imagined. Because the truth is, being a person is not the same thing as successfully executing a plan. And if you confuse those two things for too long, you will spend years withholding love from yourself simply because your path became more human than you expected. Psychologically, this kind of pain often comes from something deeper than disappointment. It comes from attachment to imagined identity. The mind does not just grieve what did not happen. It grieves who it thought it would get to be. And that grief can feel especially sharp when your self-worth got tangled up with future achievement. Because now, when the future unfolds differently, it does not just feel sad. It can feel like a threat to your value. But a changed timeline is not proof of a lesser life. And maybe that is the calming truth worth falling asleep to tonight. Maybe the person you planned to become was never the only version of you who deserved love. Maybe your worth did not expire just because your life became messier, slower, stranger, or more painful than expected. Maybe there is still something deeply precious about the version of you who is here right now. The one who did not become everything on schedule, but is still trying, still learning, still carrying tenderness in places life could have hardened, still surviving days you once thought would break you, because maybe enoughness was never waiting for your arrival at some imagined destination. Maybe it has been quietly sitting beside you this whole time, waiting for you to stop confusing delayed plans with diminished worth. And maybe the gentlest thing you can remember tonight is that even if your life did not become what you pictured, you are still not a disappointment in the eyes of what is most true. You are still a human life, still unfinished, still becoming, still worthy now. The soft truth that your body is not the measure of your lovability. For so many people, the relationship with love got tangled up with the relationship to the body long before they even realized it was happening. Somewhere early on, a quiet equation began forming inside the mind. If I look better, I will be more wanted. If I become more attractive, more acceptable, more desirable, then I will finally feel chosen in the way I age to be chosen. And because that belief gets repeated everywhere in obvious and subtle ways, it can start to feel less like insecurity and more like common sense. It can start to feel like a fact that your body is the first and most important thing people will use to decide how worthy of love you are. That belief hurts in ways people do not always talk about, because it does not just affect mirrors or photos or clothes or confidence. It affects how safe you feel being seen at all. It affects how easily you receive affection, how believable compliments feel, how much tenderness you think you are allowed to trust. It can make you walk into love already bracing, already assuming that your body is the part of you under review, already wondering whether you will still be lovable if you are not beautiful enough, small enough, toned enough, young enough, smooth enough, desired enough. And that kind of fear can become so constant that it starts shaping your whole emotional life. You do not just want connection. You want reassurance that your body has not disqualified you from it. You want proof that someone can look at you and still stay. That someone can see the softness, the changes, the insecurity, the humanity of your body and not quietly lose interest. Because for a lot of people, the body has become the place where rejection gets imagined before it even happens. That is one of the cruelest things body shame does. It convinces you that your lovability is fragile, that it can rise and fall based on how acceptable your body feels on a given day. And once that belief gets deep enough, it can make your whole sense of worth feel unstable. A number changes, a photo catches the wrong angle, clothes fit differently, your face looks tired, your body feels unfamiliar, and suddenly your heart starts questioning whether you are still enough to be wanted. But that fear is not truth. It is conditioning. It is what happens when a deeply human body gets treated like a social project instead of a living home. Psychologically, body shame often becomes powerful because the body is visible, and visible things are easier for the mind to obsess over when it is trying to explain pain. If someone rejected you, ignored you, abandoned you, or made you feel unseen, the mind often reaches for the body as the explanation. It tells you that if you looked different, maybe it would have gone differently. And in a strange way, that can feel comforting at first, because it creates the illusion of control. If the problem is your body, then maybe fixing your body will finally fix the ache. But that illusion is brutal, because it keeps you chasing transformation while the deeper wound stays untouched. Because the truth is, the deepest forms of love have never only been about visual perfection. Real love is not sustained by flawless skin, ideal proportions, perfect angles, or permanent youth. Attraction matters, yes. Bodies matter, yes. But lovability is bigger than surface appeal. Lovability lives in the felt experience of being with you. In your presence, your tenderness, your warmth, your spirit, your humor, your depth, your softness, your truth. And when body shame is loud, it can make you forget that people are not only touched by what they see, they are touched by what they feel in your presence. That does not mean body pain is not real. It is real. It can be relentless. It can shape how you move through every room and every relationship. But pain is not proof. Insecurity is not evidence. A body that does not match some cultural ideal is not a body that has become less worthy of affection, devotion, desire, or care. So, maybe tonight, the softer truth is this: your body is not the measure of your lovability. It is not the final verdict on whether you deserve to be chosen gently. It is not the scoreboard of your worth. Your body is a living, changing, human place that has carried you through stress, sadness, hope, fear, memory, survival, longing, and life. And maybe what it deserves is not more punishment disguised as self-improvement, but a gentler gaze. Because if you spend your whole life waiting to become physically acceptable enough to fully receive love, you may keep postponing the very tenderness your heart has been hungry for all along. And maybe real healing begins when you stop asking your body to earn what your existence already made possible. To be seen, to be held, to be wanted, to be loved. Not someday when it changes enough, but now, while it is still human, still imperfect, still alive, and still completely worthy of being treated like something precious. How to separate your identity from your productivity, appearance, and success. Most people do not realize how early they started confusing who they are with how well they perform. It happens so quietly that it can feel normal for years. You do well, and people notice. You achieve something, and people respond differently. You look a certain way, and the world gives you more approval, more attention, more softness, more respect. And without even meaning to, your mind starts building a dangerous equation. If I produce, if I look good, if I succeed, then I matter more. Then I am safer. Then I am more lovable, more valuable, more real. That is where so much hidden suffering begins. Because once your identity gets tangled up with productivity, appearance, and success, your peace becomes incredibly fragile. It starts rising and falling based on conditions that were never stable enough to hold your worth in the first place. A productive day and you feel solid, a lazy day and you feel ashamed, a good photo and you feel acceptable, a bad mirror day and suddenly you feel smaller, a win and you feel proud, a setback and your whole self starts to wobble. That is such an exhausting way to exist, because it means your identity is always being negotiated by things that can change overnight. And what makes this even harder is that these things are rewarded. Productivity gets praised. Beauty gets rewarded. Success gets admired. So when your worth becomes attached to them, it does not always feel unhealthy at first. It can feel like motivation. It can feel like discipline, ambition, self-improvement, or confidence. But over time, something starts to crack. Because no matter how much you achieve, improve, or polish, It never fully settles the deeper question underneath all of it. Who am I when none of those things are going well? That is the question most people spend years avoiding. Because if your whole identity has been built around being impressive, useful, attractive, accomplished, or ahead, then ordinary human moments can start to feel emotionally threatening. Rest can feel guilty. Failure can feel humiliating. Aging can feel terrifying. Slowness can feel like weakness. Uncertainty can feel like personal collapse. And suddenly, you are not just trying to live your life. You are trying to protect the version of yourself that has been built out of performance. Psychologically, this makes sense. The human brain is always looking for patterns that create safety and belonging. If you learned early that praise, approval, attention, or love came more easily when you were doing well, looking good, or succeeding, then of course part of you started attaching your identity to those things. It was not vanity. It was adaptation. Your nervous system learned that external validation meant emotional safety. So now, when those things feel shaky, your whole sense of self can start to shake too. But that shaking is not proof that you are empty without those things. It is proof that too much of your identity got stored in places that were never designed to hold it. Because productivity is something you do. It is not who you are. Appearance is something people perceive. It is not the full truth of your being. Success is something that rises and falls across seasons. It is not your soul. And if you spend too many years treating those things like your deepest self, you can lose touch with the quieter parts of you that were always more real than any achievement or image could ever be. The way back begins with gentler questions. Who are you when you are not performing? Who are you when nobody is clapping? Who are you on the days when you are tired, uncertain, unproductive, unimpressive, and unseen? Can you still believe there is something inherently valuable about your presence, even when there is nothing obvious to show for it? That is where healing starts. Not in becoming less ambitious or less caring about your life, but in refusing to let those things become the only mirrors you use to recognize yourself. You are allowed to enjoy achievement without worshiping it. You are allowed to care about your appearance without building your whole worth on it. You are allowed to pursue success without making it the landlord of your identity. So maybe tonight, the softer truth is this: you were never meant to build your selfhood entirely out of what can be measured, improved, praised, or lost. Because all of those things can change, and if your identity lives only there, then your peace will always feel one bad season away from collapse. But there is something deeper in you that does not disappear when your output drops, when your body changes, or when your life looks less impressive than you hoped. Something quieter, something steadier, something that remains. And maybe freedom begins when you return to that part of yourself and remember that before you were productive, attractive, or successful, you were already a human life with worth that did not need to be earned. Why feeling behind in life says nothing about your actual worth. There is a very specific kind of shame that can settle over a person when they start believing they are behind in life. It is not always loud. Sometimes it is quiet and constant. It shows up when someone your age seems more successful than you. When a friend is getting married, buying a home, building a career, becoming more stable, more confident, more certain, while you still feel like you are trying to find your footing in places you thought you would have figured out by now. And even if nobody says anything directly, you can still feel it. That invisible pressure, That heavy sense that maybe your life is not unfolding the way it is supposed to. And once that feeling gets deep enough, it can start to distort the way you see yourself. You stop looking at your path with curiosity and start looking at it with embarrassment. You stop seeing a human life with complexity and start seeing proof that you are late, less impressive, less capable, less mature, less successful, less enough. It is such a painful mental trap because it turns timing into identity. It takes something situational and makes it feel personal. It makes you think that where you are in life must somehow reveal what you are worth. But it does not. That is the first truth that deserves to land. Feeling behind is not the same thing as being less valuable. It is just what happens when your life does not match the timeline your mind became attached to. And that attachment can become incredibly powerful, especially in a world where everyone is constantly being shown milestones, achievements, weddings, promotions, transformations, and polished little snapshots of progress. The human brain is built to compare. It is always scanning for where it stands in relation to other people. And when that instinct is fed all day long by carefully curated proof that everyone else seems to be moving faster, it can create a very convincing illusion that you are the only one who has not figured it out yet. But comparison is such a poor narrator of reality, because what you are comparing is usually your inner life to someone else's visible highlight reel. You are comparing your confusion to their announcement, your process to their presentation, your private grief, healing, setbacks, fear, burnout, uncertainty, and invisible effort to the most polished version of what their life looks like from the outside. And when you compare at that level, of course you will feel behind. Anyone would. What makes this pain even deeper is that for many people, being behind does not just feel disappointing. It feels morally loaded. It starts to feel like evidence that you failed your own potential, that you wasted time, that you should have worked harder, healed faster, chosen better, become more disciplined, become more focused, become more something. And when that belief takes over, you stop relating to yourself like a human being and start relating to yourself like a delayed project. That is such a brutal way to carry your own life, because timing is influenced by so much more than effort alone. People move through life with different nervous systems, different wounds, different resources, different losses, different responsibilities, different opportunities, different support, different pain thresholds, different seasons of survival. Some people had years stolen by depression, grief, trauma, burnout, financial pressure, family chaos, loneliness, or simply not knowing who they were yet. That does not make them less worthy. It makes them human. Psychologically, feeling behind often hurts so much because the mind uses timelines as a way to create safety. We like structure. We like predictability. We like the feeling that life is progressing in an orderly way. So when our actual path becomes slower, messier, or more uncertain than expected, it can trigger fear. Not just disappointment, but fear. Fear that we are falling out of the race. Fear that we are becoming less desirable, less relevant, less respectable. Fear that if we are not where we thought we would be by now, maybe something is wrong with us. But a delayed timeline is not a damaged identity. And maybe that is the calming truth worth resting into tonight. Your life not matching the schedule you imagined does not mean you are failing at being a person. It does not mean you are behind in worth. It does not mean your story has become less meaningful because it is taking longer to unfold. Some lives bloom early. Some bloom slowly. Some have to survive long winters before anything visible begins to grow. That does not make the slower life less beautiful. It just makes it less easy to compare. So maybe tonight, instead of asking why you are not further by now, the softer question is this: what if your life is not late? What if it is simply taking the shape it needed to take in order to become real? What if all the parts of you that feel embarrassed for not arriving on time have been carrying a standard that was never meant to decide your value in the first place? Because the truth is, where you are right now may not look the way you once imagined. But that says nothing about whether you are still deeply worthy of love, dignity, gentleness, and hope. Your timing is not your worth, and it never was. The deep comfort of being ordinary in a world obsessed with performance. There is a strange kind of pressure in being alive right now that many people do not fully realize they are carrying. It is the pressure to constantly become more impressive, more attractive, more productive, more optimized, more successful, more interesting, more visible, more extraordinary. And because that pressure is so normal now, it can quietly shape the way you see your own life without you even noticing. You start feeling like simply being a person is no longer enough, like existing is not enough, like you have to keep proving that your life matters through performance. That is such an exhausting way to live, because once your nervous system starts believing that value must always be demonstrated, ordinary life can begin to feel almost shameful. A quiet day feels unimportant. A simple life feels like failure. Being average feels embarrassing. Rest feels lazy. Stability feels boring. Privacy feels like invisibility. And suddenly, instead of inhabiting your life, you are constantly measuring it against a fantasy of what a meaningful life is supposed to look like from the outside. That is one of the saddest distortions of modern life. It can make you forget that a human life was never supposed to be a non-stop performance. You were never meant to spend every waking moment trying to become more consumable, more admirable, more impressive to strangers, more successful by public standards. But when the world keeps rewarding spectacle, urgency, achievement, image, and constant output, it becomes very easy to start feeling like your ordinary humanity is somehow not enough to deserve peace. And that belief can become deeply painful over time. Because if you are always trying to be exceptional, then your heart never really gets to rest. It keeps waiting for the moment when you will finally become impressive enough to feel secure. Enough followers, enough money, enough beauty, enough success, enough proof that your life counts. But the problem is, performance can never fully satisfy a wound that is actually about worth. It can distract it, it can temporarily soothe it, it can make you feel bigger for a moment, but it rarely heals it. Psychologically, this makes a lot of sense. Human beings are social creatures, and the brain is highly sensitive to status, belonging, and comparison. If the environment around you constantly suggests that visibility equals value, then of course part of you starts chasing visibility. If the culture keeps rewarding those who appear extraordinary, then of course ordinary life can start to feel emotionally unsafe. You are not weak for feeling that pressure. You are living inside a system that quietly teaches people to confuse being witnessed with being worthy. But those are not the same thing. Being extraordinary is not the requirement for being precious. Being high-performing is not the requirement for being lovable. Being constantly impressive is not the requirement for your life to matter. And maybe one of the deepest forms of healing is learning to let that truth settle all the way into your body. because there is something profoundly calming about remembering that you do not have to become remarkable in the eyes of the world in order to have a life that is real, meaningful, beautiful, and enough. There is deep comfort in ordinary things, though people forget this all the time. In being someone who loves quietly, in making tea, in having a body that is alive and tired and real, in going on walks, in laughing at something small, in being known by a few people instead of admired by many, in having a life that maybe would not impress the internet but still contains tenderness, honesty, slowness, warmth, and soul. That is not failure. That is life, and maybe what hurts so many people is not that they are ordinary, but that they have been taught to fear ordinariness as if it means they are forgettable or less important. But ordinary does not mean empty. It does not mean meaningless. It does not mean your existence has become too small to matter. It just means you are human, and human life has always been made mostly of simple moments, not performances. So maybe tonight, the comforting truth is this: you do not have to be extraordinary to justify your existence. You do not have to constantly perform your value in order to deserve rest. You do not have to become someone dazzling enough to earn your right to take up space. Because some of the most meaningful lives are not the loudest ones. Some of the most beautiful people are not the most impressive ones. Some of the deepest peace comes not from becoming more exceptional, but from finally allowing yourself to be fully human without treating that as a deficiency. And maybe that is the hidden relief your heart has been craving. Not more proof that you are special enough, but freedom from the exhausting idea that you had to be. Because once you stop trying to turn your whole life into a performance, you begin to feel something softer return. A quieter kind of worth, a steadier kind of self-respect, a more breathable kind of existence. And in a world obsessed with performance, that kind of ordinary peace is actually something very sacred. How self-worth begins to return when you stop abandoning yourself. A lot of people think low self-worth begins with not loving yourself enough. But often, it begins much earlier and much more quietly than that. It begins in all the little ways you learn to leave yourself in order to stay connected, accepted, chosen, or safe. It begins when you ignore what hurts because speaking up feels risky. When you silence your needs because you do not want to be difficult. When you override your instincts because someone else's comfort feels more important than your truth. When you keep saying yes to things your body is already saying no to. Over time, these moments can seem small from the outside, but inside, they teach your nervous system something devastating. They teach you that your own inner experience is not where your loyalty belongs. That is one of the deepest wounds a person can carry. Not just rejection from others, but abandonment from within. Because when you repeatedly leave yourself in order to preserve connection, approval, peace, or belonging, you do not just feel unseen by other people. You start feeling unseen by your own life, and that is where self-worth often begins to unravel. Not because you were born lacking value, but because too many parts of you learned that being fully yourself came at a cost. That is why so many people with low self-worth are not weak or broken. They are often deeply adapted. They became experts at shape-shifting, minimizing, over-explaining, people-pleasing, tolerating too much, staying too long, apologizing for things that should have been honored, and making themselves emotionally smaller just to keep closeness from disappearing. And at first, those patterns can feel useful. They can even feel loving. But over time, They create a quiet emptiness, because every time you betray your own knowing to stay connected to someone else, some part of you feels it. And the body keeps score in ways the mind does not always notice right away. That is why self-abandonment often does not only show up as low confidence. It can show up as chronic anxiety, resentment, numbness, overthinking, burnout, emotional confusion, and a constant sense that something feels off even when you cannot explain why. Because your system is carrying the weight of too many moments where your truth was present and you were not allowed to stay beside it. That is what makes this so painful. It is not just that other people may have failed to honor you. It is that eventually, you may have started participating in that same pattern with yourself. Not because you wanted to, but because it became familiar. Because maybe at some point in your life, self-abandonment was the strategy that kept you safe. Maybe being easy to handle, emotionally quiet, agreeable, useful, undemanding, or self-dismissing protected you from conflict, rejection, punishment, or loss. And if that was true, then of course your nervous system learned to survive that way. But what helps you survive is not always what helps you feel worthy. That is where healing begins to change shape, not in forcing yourself to repeat affirmations you do not believe, not in trying to manufacture confidence on top of old wounds, but in becoming more loyal to your own inner life. In noticing where you disappear, in noticing where you say yes while your body tightens, where you explain away your hurt, where you keep making excuses for what drains you, where you betray your own softness just to avoid being inconvenient. Because self-worth does not only grow from how kindly you think about yourself, it grows from how consistently you stay with yourself. Psychologically, this matters deeply because the brain and body build self-trust through repeated evidence. Every time you listen to your own discomfort, instead of dismissing it, every time you protect your peace instead of overriding it, every time you tell the truth instead of shape-shifting to be accepted, you send your system a new message. I am here. I will not keep leaving you every time connection gets threatened. And that message is profoundly reparative. It does not happen all at once. Self-worth usually does not come rushing back in one dramatic moment. It returns slowly, quietly, almost shyly, through boundaries, through honesty, through rest, through grieving what you tolerated, through not forcing yourself to stay where your spirit keeps shrinking, through choosing not to keep proving your worth to people who only know how to receive the version of you that is disconnected from yourself. So maybe tonight, the comforting truth is this: your self-worth may not be as lost as it feels. Maybe it has just been waiting in all the places where you have not fully returned to yourself yet. Maybe what you are aching for is not to become more impressive, more lovable, or more enough. Maybe what you are aching for is reunion. A quiet coming home to your own voice, your own limits, your own feelings, your own truth. Because the more you stop abandoning yourself, the more something sacred begins to rebuild from the inside. Not performance, not perfection, not external proof, just a deeper and steadier sense that your life belongs to you again. And that kind of return changes everything. Why the need for constant validation is often a wound, not a flaw. If you constantly need reassurance to feel okay, it can start to feel deeply embarrassing. You tell yourself you should be more secure by now, less affected, less dependent on other people's tone, warmth, attention, or approval. You notice how quickly your mood can shift based on a delayed reply, a subtle change in energy, a lack of enthusiasm, or the absence of some small sign that everything is still okay. And after a while, you stop seeing this as pain and start seeing it as a personality defect. You start thinking, maybe I am just too needy, too fragile, too much. That is what makes this so heavy. It is not only the ache of needing validation, it is the shame of needing it. Because once shame gets involved, the wound becomes harder to hold with honesty. Instead of understanding what is happening inside you, you start trying to hide it. You act less affected than you are, less hungry for reassurance than you really feel. You try to seem chill, detached, easy, unbothered. But pretending the need is not there does not make it disappear. It usually just makes it come back in more anxious and painful ways. Because the need for validation is rarely random. Most of the time, it is not a flaw in your character. It is a wound in your nervous system. It is what happens when your sense of being okay became too dependent on signals from outside of you. Signals like praise, affection, consistency, emotional availability, being chosen, being noticed, being reassured that you still matter. If those things once felt unpredictable, conditional, hard to trust, or easy to lose, then of course your system learned to keep checking for them. That is not weakness. That is adaptation. Psychologically, the brain is always scanning for signs of relational safety. It wants to know if connection is secure, if belonging is stable, if love is still there. And if at some point in your life those things felt uncertain, your body may have learned to treat reassurance like emotional oxygen. Not because you are dramatic, but because your system got trained to stay alert. That is why some people spiral so quickly over things that seem small from the outside. It is rarely just about the moment itself. It is about what that moment awakens. And this is where people often become cruel to themselves. They assume that needing validation means they are immature or emotionally broken, when really it often means there are younger parts of them still bracing for disconnection, still trying to prevent abandonment before it happens, still asking for proof that they are safe because safety once felt too inconsistent to trust on its own. That is why shame makes this worse, not better. If you judge yourself every time you need reassurance, you do not heal the wound, you deepen it. You make yourself feel defective for having an unmet emotional need. And then the nervous system becomes even more desperate, because now it is carrying both the original fear and the humiliation of having it. But maybe the softer truth is this: the need for validation does not mean you are fundamentally flawed. It may simply mean there are parts of you that never got enough steadiness to fully internalize the belief that you are still okay, even when nobody is actively confirming it in the moment. And that matters, because wounds need a different kind of response than flaws do. Flaws get criticized. Wounds need understanding. That does not mean healing is not necessary. Of course it is. Learning to self-soothe matters. Building internal safety matters. Becoming less dependent on constant reassurance matters. But those things grow more honestly through gentleness than through self-contempt. Real healing usually begins when you stop asking what is wrong with me and start asking what hurt me enough to make this feel necessary. So maybe tonight, the comforting truth is this: your need for validation may not be proof that you are too much. It may be proof that there are still tender places in you trying to survive the only way they once knew how. And maybe what those places need is not more shame, but more truth, more steadiness, more compassion. Because the goal is not to become someone who never needs reassurance again. it is to become someone who can need it sometimes without turning that need into evidence that they are broken. And that shift, quiet as it is, can begin to change everything. The healing truth that you can disappoint people and still be good. One of the hardest things for a lot of people to emotionally survive is the feeling that someone is disappointed in them. Not angry, not cruel, not even necessarily rejecting them outright. Just disappointed. Because disappointment can hit a very old and tender place in the nervous system. It can make you feel like you have failed in some deeper way, like you have become harder to love, harder to admire, harder to feel safe inside of. And for people who learned early that approval was closely tied to love, disappointment does not just feel uncomfortable. It can feel almost unbearable. That is why so many people spend huge parts of their lives trying to avoid it at all costs. They over-explain. They over-accommodate. They say yes when they mean no. They stay too available, too agreeable, too responsible for everyone else's emotional comfort. They twist themselves into someone easier to approve of because somewhere inside, they still believe that disappointing people is dangerous. That if someone feels let down by them, then maybe they have done something morally wrong. Maybe they have become selfish, cold, ungrateful, difficult, or bad. But that belief can quietly ruin a person's relationship with themselves. Because if you are always trying to avoid disappointing others, eventually you will start disappointing yourself on a regular basis. You will betray your limits. You will override your truth. You will say yes from guilt and stay silent from fear. You will keep choosing external approval over internal peace until your own life starts to feel like something you are performing rather than inhabiting. And that kind of self-abandonment can become so normal that you stop noticing how costly it really is. That is what makes this truth so healing and so uncomfortable at the same time. You can disappoint people and still be good. You can let someone down and still be kind. You can set a boundary and still be loving. You can choose yourself and still be a decent person. You can say no and still have a good heart. That sounds simple, but for many people, it does not land easily at all. Because somewhere in their emotional history, goodness got confused with compliance. Love got confused with self-sacrifice. Being worthy got confused with being easy to approve of. So now, any moment that creates disapproval can feel like a threat to identity, not just a normal part of being a separate human being. Psychologically, this makes a lot of sense. If a child grows up in an environment where harmony, approval, or emotional safety depended on staying pleasing, useful, or non-disruptive, then the nervous system often learns to equate disappointing others with danger. Not because the person is weak, but because the body adapted. It learned that keeping people happy helped maintain connection. And when that pattern follows someone into adulthood, they may still feel intense guilt anytime they make a choice that someone else does not like, even if that choice is healthy, necessary, and honest. That is why healing this is not only about becoming more assertive. It is about becoming more emotionally available to the guilt that comes with self-respect. Because sometimes doing the right thing for your well-being will still leave someone disappointed. Sometimes choosing what is true for you will inconvenience someone. Sometimes your growth will frustrate people who benefited from your over-availability. And none of that automatically means you are doing something wrong. This is where so many people get stuck. They think discomfort means misalignment. They think guilt means guiltiness. They think someone else's disappointment is proof that they have failed as a person. But often, it is just proof that they are finally no longer abandoning themselves to maintain peace. And that is a very different thing. So maybe tonight, the healing truth is this: other people are allowed to have feelings about your choices, and you are still allowed to make them. They are allowed to be disappointed, confused, frustrated, or hurt, and that does not automatically mean you are bad. It means you are real. It means you are separate. It means you are no longer trying to earn your goodness by disappearing inside everyone else's expectations. Because goodness is not the same thing as constant agreeability. Love is not the same thing as endless self-betrayal. And your worth was never meant to depend on whether you could move through life without ever upsetting anyone. Sometimes the most honest version of healing looks like letting people misunderstand your no. Letting them be disappointed by your boundary. Letting them feel what they feel while you remain rooted in what is true. And if that feels painful, it does not mean you are doing life wrong. It may mean you are finally learning that being good does not require becoming endlessly available at the cost of your own soul. And that is a truth many hearts spend years waiting to hear. Why not everyone choosing you does not mean you are unchoosable. One of the quietest, most persistent wounds people carry is the fear that if someone does not choose them, it must mean something is wrong with them. If a friend drifts away, if someone stops texting, if a love interest turns their attention elsewhere, it can feel like a personal verdict, like somehow your value is being measured in real time, and failing to be chosen is proof that you are lacking. That belief can settle in deep and make you hyper-vigilant about every interaction, every pause, every slight, every delay. You start reading people's silence as judgment, their distance as evidence, and their absence as a mirror reflecting your supposed unworthiness. But the truth is far softer than that. Not everyone choosing you is not about you. People have their own capacities, limitations, histories, distractions, fears, and priorities. The way someone moves through life often has nothing to do with your inherent value. Their absence does not cancel your presence. Their choice to walk away does not diminish your lovability. It just means that, for them, something in the match was not aligned. That is all. It does not become a moral reflection on your heart. Yet for many people, the moment someone does not select them, the mind leaps to the worst conclusion. Maybe I am unlovable. Maybe I am inherently too much, too little, too flawed, too boring, too sensitive, too broken. Maybe there is something permanently wrong with me that prevents me from being fully chosen. And when that pattern repeats across friendships, work, or relationships, it starts to shape the way you move through the world. You begin to shrink, to overcompensate, to people please, to chase approval, to try to make yourself match someone else's invisible checklist. And that is exhausting because it relies on external validation to define internal worth. Psychologically, this makes sense. Humans are wired to seek belonging, to scan for acceptance, to internalize the responses of others as indicators of safety. If rejection or absence has been painful in your life, the nervous system can begin treating not being chosen as a threat. But the nervous system's interpretations are not absolute truths. They are survival responses, not measures of value. The healing truth is that being unchosen sometimes has nothing to do with your heart and everything to do with circumstances, timing, compatibility, and someone else's limits. Your worth does not fluctuate with someone else's choices. You are inherently worthy, regardless of whether every single person in the world notices, approves, or selects you. And realizing this can feel like a liberation. You no longer have to collapse yourself, shrink your energy, or perform emotional gymnastics to be chosen. You can be fully yourself and still let people walk past without internalizing it as failure. It is also true that being chosen and accepted by some people still matters deeply. Humans crave connection, intimacy, and belonging. But when your self-worth becomes contingent on constant selection, love, or approval, it begins to feel fragile. The freedom comes when you learn to separate your internal value from external acknowledgement. Your presence, your voice, your desires, your body, your heart, your worth. They are not determined by a tally of who chooses you. Maybe tonight, the comforting truth is this: not everyone will choose you. And that does not mean you are unchoosable. It simply means that some people are not the ones who can meet you fully, and that is not a reflection of failure. It is the reality of being human. Your value is not conditional. Your lovability is not conditional. You can exist fully, speak your truth, care deeply, and still let some doors close without taking them as verdicts. And the peace of knowing that releases a weight that a lifetime of people pleasing could never lift. You are still worthy. You are still whole. You are still enough. And the gentle return begins when you stop measuring your heart against the choices of others. The reassuring reality that your worth was never meant to be proven. So many people carry the quiet, exhausting belief that their worth has to be earned. That somehow you are supposed to accumulate enough achievements, approval, recognition, or admiration before you can finally feel solid, lovable, or enough. You measure your value in performances, in accolades, in compliments, in attention. You tell yourself that if you just do more, achieve more, appear more competent, or become more attractive, then maybe, finally, someone, or maybe even your own heart, will quietly whisper that you are enough. And when that belief takes hold, it turns every interaction, every day, into a measuring contest. Every choice becomes a test, every moment a weighing scale where your worth is assessed, and every lapse feels like proof that you are not good enough. But here is the gentle truth: your worth was never meant to be proven. It does not rise when you achieve more, and it does not fall when you stumble. Your value is not conditional on your productivity, your appearance, your success, or even your capacity to care for others. The idea that you must constantly demonstrate your value is one of the most exhausting myths humans have invented about themselves. It is a lie disguised as responsibility, and it keeps you running in circles, chasing a kind of approval that is impossible to fully attain, trying to fill a space that was already full the whole time. Think about the nervous system for a moment. From childhood, many of us learned to associate love and acceptance with performance. When you behaved correctly, when you succeeded, when you were pleasing, you received approval. When you faltered, when you disappointed, when you failed to meet expectations, you felt shame or neglect. Over time, these experiences taught your nervous system that worthiness is earned. It created an internal metric that constantly scans the environment for signs of approval and evaluates every interaction as a test. And so your mind learned to believe that being noticed, praised, or chosen is the same as being valuable, and that any absence of those signals is a reflection of failure. But those are survival mechanisms, not truths about your inherent value. The real truth is quiet and soft and simply, you were enough before anyone ever noticed you, before anyone ever approved, before anyone ever gave you a nod of acknowledgement or a pat on the back. You do not need to earn care. You do not need to earn love. You do not need to earn permission to exist fully. Your worth exists independently of performance, independently of validation, independently of outcomes. The more you sit with that truth, the more your nervous system can begin to relax, the more you can stop scanning every interaction for proof that you are failing, and the more you can allow yourself to rest in your own presence. This truth changes everything about how you move through the world. You can let yourself rest without guilt. You can make mistakes without believing they define you. You can set boundaries without fearing that your value will suddenly vanish. You can be tender, messy, anxious, or imperfect without seeing those traits as defects. None of this diminishes your worth, because worth was never contingent on perfection. It was never dependent on being enough in someone else's eyes. It is inherent. It is already there. And yet, because so many of us have been trained to measure our value externally, we carry a deep fear that if we stop performing, we will cease to matter. That fear can feel heavy, as though every pause, every lapse, every quiet moment is evidence that we are failing to prove our worth. But when you begin to separate your value from your actions, achievements, or approval, you start to notice a subtle freedom. You are not defined by the tally of others' judgments. You are not contingent on constant validation. You can exist fully, breathe, rest, and simply be, and your worth remains intact. This does not mean the world stops testing you. People will still judge, still evaluate, still form opinions. You will still encounter rejection, criticism, and disapproval. But those experiences no longer determine your value. They become information about someone else's perspective, limitations, or circumstances, not an indictment of who you are at your core. You can navigate relationships, responsibilities, and challenges without feeling like every step is a test of your existence. You can let your humanity exist in its messy, beautiful form without constantly striving to earn permission to be fully seen. The freedom that comes from this understanding is quiet but profound. It allows you to act from a place of curiosity, creativity, and compassion rather than fear. It allows you to make choices aligned with your values rather than aligned with perceived approval. It allows you to embrace rest, tenderness, and your own human rhythms without guilt. And in that space, your interactions, your work, your relationships, and even your own internal dialogue become softer, gentler, more authentic. You no longer operate from the pressure to prove yourself. You operate from a place of knowing that you already belong, already matter, and already are worthy. So tonight, the soothing reality to rest with is this: your worth was never meant to be proven. It was never something you had to earn, justify, or validate through performance or achievement. It has always existed quietly beneath the pressures, beyond the expectations, untouched by applause or criticism. The permission to simply be has always been yours. And as you allow yourself to sit with that truth, the nervous system learns to release tension. The heart begins to soften, and a kind of calm settles in that no achievement or recognition could ever provide. Because being human does not require a constant tally of success to feel deserving. Being human does not require endless striving to earn care, attention, or love. Your worth is not conditional, and it was never contingent. You are already whole, already valuable, and already enough. Simply because you exist. And letting yourself breathe in that truth is one of the most tender, quiet, and revolutionary acts you can give yourself tonight. How to be tender with yourself on nights you feel hard to love. Some nights, you feel like a stranger to yourself. You feel raw, brittle, messy, maybe even unlovable. Every thought seems louder, every memory sharper, and every small mistake you made during the day feels amplified in the quiet. You notice your imperfections as if they were magnified under a spotlight, and it is so easy to believe that if anyone really saw the truth of you right now, they would quietly walk away, disappointed or indifferent. On nights like that, it can feel impossible to be kind to yourself, impossible to feel soft and human, impossible to let go of judgment even for just a few moments. And yet, it is precisely in these nights, when your heart feels hardest to love, that tenderness for yourself matters the most. Tenderness is not a reward for being perfect. It is not something you earn by having your life together, by handling all your emotions flawlessly, or by performing exactly the way you think you are supposed to. It is not conditional on being calm, collected, or agreeable. Tenderness is a choice you can make right now, in the present moment, for the parts of you that feel raw, messy, or unsteady. It is the conscious decision to meet yourself with care rather than judgment, to recognize your struggles without believing they disqualify you from love or goodness. Tenderness is not about fixing yourself. It is about noticing your humanity and giving it space to breathe. Psychologically, the nights you feel hard to love are often when your nervous system is flooded with shame, fear, or self-criticism. It is normal for your mind to replay moments of regret, insecurity, or perceived failure, as if it were scanning for proof that you are too much or too little. That internal chatter can feel relentless, convincing you that your messiness is evidence of being unworthy. But here is the subtle truth: the way your nervous system reacts does not define your value. It only reflects old survival patterns, places where your system has learned to protect itself from imagined or real rejection. Offering tenderness to yourself in these moments is a way of rewriting those patterns, a way of teaching your mind that your worth is not dependent on being perfectly composed or perfectly lovable in every single instant. Being tender with yourself can take many forms, and it does not have to be elaborate. Sometimes it is simply pausing to notice your breath, letting your chest rise and fall, and acknowledging the tension or heaviness in your body without judgment. Sometimes it is speaking to yourself in the same gentle tone you would use with a friend who is hurting, reminding yourself that it is okay to feel this way, that it is normal to be overwhelmed, and that you are not broken for having difficult emotions. Sometimes it is placing a hand over your heart, leaning into the warmth of your own presence, and allowing yourself to feel seen by yourself, even if no one else is watching. Tenderness can be small: a cup of tea, a warm bath, journaling without censoring, lighting a candle, or curling up in a blanket. But small gestures can hold immense meaning when they come from a place of compassion. The key to tenderness is consistency. The more often you allow yourself to be gentle when your heart feels heavy, the more your nervous system begins to trust that you can survive these moments. You teach yourself that you do not need to punish or shrink to be lovable, that it is safe to feel messy and still be cared for by your own attention. Each time you respond with softness instead of judgment, you are training yourself to move through life with less self-criticism, more patience, and a deeper sense of internal safety. Over time, this rewires the old patterns of vigilance, fear, and self-blame that may have been carrying weight for years. Tenderness also requires permission. You must allow yourself to rest, to feel frustrated, anxious, sad, or exhausted, without seeing these states as moral failings. It is a choice to let your humanity exist without judgment. And this does not mean you abandon growth or responsibility. Tenderness is not a way to avoid learning, improving, or navigating life. You can still reflect on your actions, take accountability, and make better choices while offering care to the parts of yourself that are struggling. In fact, the two often work together. Tenderness allows you to engage in growth from a place of safety rather than fear, shame, or self-punishment. Some nights, the tenderest acts are quiet. A candle flickering beside you, a journal opened without expectation, a soft stretch, or even simply lying still and breathing with awareness. These moments signal to your body that it is safe to relax, that your worth is not dependent on performance, and that your heart can hold complexity without being rejected. It is the difference between hardening against yourself and leaning into your own presence with curiosity and acceptance. The more often you practice these small acts, the more your internal environment shifts from threat to safety, from judgment to care. And tenderness is not passive. It is not a soft excuse to avoid challenges or responsibility. You can set boundaries, make difficult decisions, and navigate uncomfortable conversations while still maintaining care for yourself. Being tender does not mean being permissive with harm. It means being conscious of your own emotional landscape while moving through the world. You can be assertive, you can be honest, you can still learn and improve, and all of that can coexist with gentle self-compassion. So tonight, if you feel hard to love, try this pause. Breathe. Acknowledge the tension, the sadness, or the fear. Speak kindly to yourself. Place your hand on your chest if it helps. Remind yourself that being messy, emotional, complicated, or vulnerable does not erase your worth. Tenderness is available to you here and now. It does not have to be earned, and it does not require perfection. It is a choice, a quiet commitment to meet your own heart with care, patience, and acceptance. Because the truth is, being human means having nights when you feel difficult to love. And on those nights, the most powerful act of healing is to be tender with yourself, to hold your own heart, and to allow your messy, complicated, deeply human self to exist fully and without judgment. That is not weakness. That is courage. That is resilience. That is the beginning of finally learning that your worth has never depended on being easy to love. It has only ever depended on your willingness to meet yourself with gentleness, even when it feels impossible. The final bedtime truth: you were always enough before you knew it. Some nights, it can feel like the world has a long list of ways you are supposed to be, a checklist you can never fully complete. The quiet hum of comparison, expectation, and self-judgment fills the room. You replay conversations, mistakes, and moments when you think you fell short, wondering if you are somehow behind, insufficient, or missing something essential. You might even catch yourself whispering inside your head that you are not enough. That no matter how hard you try, how much you give, how much you achieve, how much you care, it will never be sufficient. And those nights can feel heavy, isolating, almost impossible to move through. But here is the tender, unshakable truth: you were always enough. Before you knew it, before you were told, before the world convinced you otherwise, your worth was already present. It was never conditional, never earned, never something to unlock through effort or approval. You existed, and that existence itself was enough. That might sound simple, almost too simple, because so much of life tells us otherwise. From childhood onward, So many of us are conditioned to believe that worth is something to prove, that value is something to achieve, that love, attention, and acceptance are rewards for performance. And those beliefs can burrow deep, shaping the way we move through life, making us hyper-vigilant, anxious, or exhausted in our pursuit of approval. Think for a moment about your younger self. That version of you may be shy, may be messy, may be overly eager to please, probably didn't know that simply being alive was enough. You may have been told, directly or indirectly, that you needed to do more, be more, act more, or perform better in order to matter. You may have learned that love and attention were conditional, tied to achievement, good behavior, or outward appearance. That child learned to equate worth with accomplishment and acceptance with reward. That child's nervous system learned to scan constantly for signs of danger, rejection, disappointment, criticism, silence. And that pattern followed you into adulthood, becoming a quiet but persistent inner voice, whispering that you are not enough the moment you feel exposed, imperfect, or vulnerable. But here is the radical, calming truth. Those learned patterns are not the truth of you. They are survival strategies, adaptations your system developed to navigate uncertainty and risk. They are not measures of your intrinsic value. You were not lacking, incomplete, or defective before you knew how to measure yourself. You were whole. You were worthy. You were enough, and the most profound relief comes when you let yourself rest inside that reality, when you begin to separate your internal value from external metrics, opinions, and expectations. Being enough before you knew it does not mean you will never feel insecure. It does not mean you will never doubt yourself, falter, or feel unworthy in the moment. Human life is full of vulnerability and emotional complexity. What it does mean is that your worth is not defined by those fluctuations. It is steady, unwavering, and inherent. You can stumble, you can fail, you can make mistakes, you can overthink, you can grieve, and none of that diminishes the quiet, unshakable fact that your existence is enough. You are allowed to live fully, breathe deeply, and experience life without constantly proving your value. Psychologically, this is incredibly important. When worth is perceived as something to earn, the nervous system remains in a state of constant alertness. It watches every interaction, monitors every reaction, and calculates potential outcomes for safety. That kind of hypervigilance can be exhausting, leaving you depleted, anxious, and always striving to be someone easier to love, easier to approve, easier to accept. Learning that you were always enough allows the nervous system to begin to relax. You can stop performing to prove yourself. You can stop shaping yourself to fit invisible checklists. You can allow your authentic, messy, tender humanity to exist without apology. Being enough before you knew it also reframes the way you relate to your own growth. Growth is not a requirement for love, acceptance, or worth. Growth is a journey, a process of curiosity, exploration, and refinement. But it does not retroactively create value that did not exist before. You were worthy the first time you laughed, the first time you cried, the first time you struggled. You were enough on the nights you felt lonely, confused, or lost. You were enough before anyone recognized it, applauded it, or mirrored it back to you. And that is a truth that no external measure can touch or diminish. One of the most freeing aspects of this truth is how it transforms your relationship with yourself. When you stop trying to prove worth, you stop fighting yourself at every turn. You stop measuring every decision, every action, every word against an invisible scale. You can respond to your needs with care instead of judgment. You can set boundaries with gentleness instead of fear. You can offer yourself comfort without strings attached. You can rest into the reality that, no matter what happens, your heart, your presence, and your existence were always enough. And this does not mean that life will suddenly be easy. People will still misunderstand you, opportunities may still be lost, mistakes will still happen, and moments of self-doubt will continue. But those experiences no longer define you. They are not proof of inadequacy, evidence of failure, or markers of unworthiness. They are simply life. And the more you practice sitting with that reality, the more it becomes clear that the measure of your worth was never in the hands of circumstances, achievements, or other people's recognition. It was always internal, inherent, and already present. It is also worth noting how this truth changes the way you experience relationships. When you know you are enough before anyone else confirms it, you no longer seek validation as a crutch. You can give love freely, receive love without fear, and participate in connection without constantly scanning for approval. You can be fully present in your interactions, not because you are performing or seeking acceptance, but because you are grounded in the knowledge of your own intrinsic value. That knowledge creates a quiet, unshakable calm that radiates from the inside out, inviting others to connect with you authentically, rather than through the lens of earned worth. And perhaps the most profound part of this truth is how it intersects with self-compassion. Nights when you feel hard to love, nights when you feel flawed, messy, or broken, are exactly the nights that benefit most from remembering this. When self-compassion meets the understanding that you were always enough, it becomes a powerful balm. You can meet your own heart tenderly. You can acknowledge mistakes without self-punishment. You can sit with sadness, fear, or insecurity without believing these states diminish your value. You can treat yourself with the care you have been seeking externally for years. And in that gentle space, healing can quietly unfold. So tonight, as you prepare to rest, take a deep breath and let this truth settle inside you. You were always enough before you knew it. You do not need to achieve, fix, or prove anything to feel worthy. Your mistakes, your struggles, your fears, your insecurities, they do not define your value. They are simply human experiences living alongside a heart that is already whole. You are allowed to rest, to pause, to breathe, and to be tender with yourself without worrying that you have to earn permission to exist fully. And when you lie in the quiet, consider how different life becomes when you stop measuring your worth externally. You can move through the world with more curiosity, more courage, more presence, and more freedom. You can allow yourself to feel, to grow, to falter, and to flourish without the constant burden of performance. You can forgive yourself gently for what you thought was missing, for the nights you doubted, and for the moments you compared yourself to others. Because underneath it all, your heart has always carried a quiet, unshakable truth: you were enough. You always were. And knowing that, finally, changes everything. This is the bedtime truth that can cradle you tonight. You do not have to earn sleep, peace, care, or love. You do not have to measure your existence, prove your value, or justify your presence. You can rest knowing that the fullness of your being, the entirety of your human heart, is already sufficient. You were always enough before you knew it, and that is a truth more tender, more liberating, and more enduring than any external acknowledgement could ever provide.